Welcome to Jim Dandy Saturday from Saratoga with the nation's top 3-year-old back in action. Sovereignty was even more dominant in his Belmont Stakes win than he was on Derby Day. Can anyone challenge the game's dominant 3-year-old in today's Jim Dandy? Regular pilot Junior Alvarado will have all the confidence in the world when he hops back aboard. Will everything come up roses again on his way to the Travers in August? New York-bred Moflex has all of a sudden been remade after his impressive 2-turn debut in the Ohio Derby. Can he pull off another improbable upset? Last year's Whitney winner makes his long-awaited return. Arthur's Rides back with Junior Alvarado aboard for his 5-year-old debut. All that and more coming up on a special Saturday and a big Saturday in the 3-year-old division here in upstate New York at the premier meet in the country at Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Packed house. I looked earlier. There is not one picnic table to be had, and that was at about 9 in the morning. They are all gone. This crowd is going to swell. Big afternoon. That is what the attraction of a Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner can do for you at this historic venue. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. So to this point, with the Triple Crown complete, Sovereignty has shown that he has no equal. 4 will line up against him today in the Jim Dandy. We'll see if they continue to roll on through to the Travers later in August. This is the field that will line up against the Derby and Belmont Stakes champions. 2 to 5 on the morning line. 4 will tackle him, including Baeza, coming back east again after being third to him in both the Derby and the Belmont Stakes. With me, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, Sarah Albadwe as well. And there is no question the best 3-year-old in the land right now is Sovereignty. Will it stay that way after today?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, listen, this is a smallish field, and sometimes upsets can happen in smaller fields. He is the best horse by far in this division after winning the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont. I thought he won them both in emphatic fashion. He seems like he's getting better. But this is the one race where I think he could be had a little bit as we look at his Belmont. He went right by journalism, Sarah. Listen, he's done everything right to this point. It's really hard to knock a horse that's done what he's done.
He's improving progressively with each subsequent start, going from the race before that Kentucky Derby where he did finish second into the Derby where he ran lights out, and then this Belmont win showing that new level of being able to sit a little bit closer to the pace, have another dimension in his running style, which could certainly help him in a compact field today. But now he is cutting back in distance, and I think the long-term goal, it's not this race, it's the Travers.
Yeah, that was maybe the chink in the armor. Is he going to be able a little bit farther back in a race with no pace? But as Sarah just brought up, showed he can be a lot closer to the pace in that Belmont Stakes win. This is what he has accomplished to this point, putting together a championship resume, no question. $4.8 million in earnings, 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown, and looked even stronger in that Belmont win than the Derby. So how's he been doing since collecting 2/3 of the Triple Crown? Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, Sovereignty has been lucky. He's been hanging out here at Saratoga since his Belmont Stakes victory. In fact, in Bill Mott's home barn in stall number 3 right behind me. And he's been putting in some maintenance works, not really turning the screws that tightly, as his Hall of Fame conditioner has said that timing is pertinent with this horse, that the 6 to 7 weeks between the Belmont Stakes and this Jim Dandy ideal. And let's not forget that he chose to skip the Preakness because he wanted more time between the Derby and the Belmont. So timing-wise, this works. This is a prep, traditionally speaking, for the Grade 1 Travers, but he can easily take down this field today.
It's going to be an incredibly short-priced favorite. It would be an upset of massive proportions, but we tend to see that quite a bit at this racetrack.
Yeah, you do. It's a racetrack where favorites, it's the graveyard of champions. And a lot of horses have gone down, and I think the shorter field can be the only thing that can knock Sovereignty off what he's been doing, because he's a horse that does come from off the pace. But can that short field help him, too, where he can just circle the horses and have them within sights?
Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 1 through 12, all coming your way on split coverage. FS2, Big Fox 3 to 6, and then FS1 6 to 7. Fast and firm here. The Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchids. fast track there, so we'll have special harness coverage coming up, which we'll get to in just a little bit with what we expect to be a packed house on Jim Dandy Saturday afternoon. You can play it all right there. Get signed up with Now Bets, that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus, new members punch in that code at sign up to get all your offers, Spa 200, and play with us all summer long and beyond here at this incredible race meet. We're just moments away from kicking off the card. $40,000 claiming race, 6 furlong sprint. It is 3-year-olds and up, and Loco Abarrio, Sarah, William Walden, right now the favorite.
Yeah, Ira Ortiz Jr. will be aboard, and he's come in with a statement type of couple of weeks so far this beat, where we're used to that from him. The horse who is going to be ridden by him today is one that can have some early speed. He's been facing some tougher horses overall, and I think that he's one that makes a lot of sense, especially with the scratch to his inside of another horse that likes to be forward in Gun It. But I would say that this race is between him as well as the number 4 Otto the Conqueror, and even Friar Lawrence as well.
I'll give the 7 a look cold as hell. And the only reason why, if you're not familiar, every first race of the day they do Wayne's Winners, where D. Wayne Lucas used to bring people into the winner's circle. Cold as hell was originally trained in his first start was with D. Wayne Lucas. This horse could be good at some times. So I'm going to go with that angle. I like the 7 for 10 straight.
Pick 5 pool, almost $700,000 to kick off this Saturday card with a Jim Dandy to come. Favorite inside, Loco Abarrio. We'll have more on just how dominant Rat Ortiz Jr. has been. He'll be on that too. For Will Walden, let's set it upstairs. Frank Miramati to kick things off.
Degree has taken up his spot. Cold as hell to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Loco Abarrio is among the early leaders, pressed by Friar Lawrence, who's up close too, and they're joined 3 deep by Cold as Hell. Just in behind them, it's Otto the Conqueror in 4th. Has 2.5 or so to make up. The 2 trailers, Lost in Rome and Honorary Degree. Compact group led by Loco Abarrio, who ran an opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. Cold as Hell on the outside. Friar Lawrence keeping pace in between those 2. Ricardo Santana Jr. has gotten a good trip with Otto the Conqueror. He's within 2.5 or 3 of the lead, being worked upon to get closer. Then Honorary Degree and Lost in Rome. Cold as Hell with a 1/4 mile to go, and Friar Lawrence, those 2 are head-to-head. At the rail, Loco Abarrio is in 3rd. 3 back to Otto the Conqueror, who's trying to make some progress in the final 1/8 of a mile, where it's Friar Lawrence on the outside of Loco Abarrio, and Otto the Conqueror has shown up in a big way on the outside. Otto the Conqueror. Ricardo Santana earned his money here. He had to work, but he got the job done. Photo for second, Loco Abarrio and Friar Lawrence.
Otto the Conqueror, Ricardo Santana Jr., the old team together again for Steve Asmussen here. A barn that is going to have a 2-year-old that's going to take a ton of attention in race 2.
Good ride here by Ricardo. He sort of let it play out in front of him. Louis Rivera decided to engage from the outside with Cold as Hell, and it ended up being a 3-way duel. And Ricardo Santana keeps on finding himself, Sarah, in the right spot.
Especially on the grass, and of course this wasn't, but we have really seen him be aggressive, but this was sort of the opposite of that, where he was more patient with a horse who at times had been capable of showing that early speed. He did a little bit of a bobble out of the gate, and I think from there it was all the right decisions for Ricardo Santana Jr. to just sit off of the other horses that wanted that forward position, and clearly he had some confidence to take this horse all the way wide and go right on by.
Last year, Paul, the big surprise of this meet, as we take another look down the stretch, it was Dylan Davis. He might be the surprise this year. He's alone in 3rd in the standings right now. That's his 10th win.
Nobody would have guessed that as well, ahead of Flavia Pratt. And here's the head-on start. We'll go to it right now, and we'll see about the 4 here where you were mentioning, Sarah, kind of a bobble. And this is actually a bigger bobble than we thought.
Yeah,
wow.
Definitely.
Wow.
Stutter stepped forward and then just pops himself back up, but you've already lost some valuable time of getting that forward position. And I think that here's where somebody else might have gone all out to get the lead, but he was able to sit back comfortably and allow some other horses to battle it out ahead of him.
Yeah, Loco Abarrio really ran well, fought off all the challengers, but just couldn't fight off Otto the Conqueror.
4-2, 5-7, Steve Asmussen barn. Ricardo Santana Jr., who were the duo for years together when they reigned supreme in Hot Springs for so long. Occasionally they do get back together again with this one, of course, with Skelly, who we didn't get to see at this meet, but he's having a sensational year. It's probably the fastest dirt horse in America.
Yeah, I would think so. When he gets out of the gate. Yeah, it's good to see Ricardo on an Asmussen horse. Listen, we go, a lot of horsemen and jockeys go back and forth. I remember Mike Smith rode for Bill Mott. He rode for everything for this trainer. Sometimes it goes away. Mike was riding everything for Bob Baffert. When's the last time you've seen Mike on a Bob Baffert horse? So sometimes things work out differently here and there. Ricardo's going to get back on Steve's horses sooner or later.
Well, he certainly did a good job with this one here, a horse that was taking that drop in class. And you reminisce on this type of relationship that we saw from them. I guess it's not really ever over, right?
Yeah. We all love each other.
Card underway. Sovereignty ready to get back to action for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott and pilot Junior Alvarado. And they'll team up earlier in the card with the long-awaited return of last year's Whitney winner, Arthur's Ride, back in action. 5-year-old debut coming up in the 4th.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on FS2, and we're proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and hopefully you bet Otto the Conqueror, who kicks off the action here on Jim Dandy Day with a win. But pleased to be joined by his Hall of Fame trainer, Steve Asmussen. Not without trouble at the start, Steve. He took quite a stumble.
He did. Noticed he caught himself away from there and stuff. Very fortunate that he got the win after that. Per usual, instructions didn't come into play. Told Ricardo, very important not to get him dirt in his face, Ricardo. Ricardo overcomes. Ricardo's having a great meet. Horses are responding well for him. And it's always great to win the first race with the honor and Wayne Lucas, with Wayne's winners and stuff. And, anytime we can remember the brilliance of Wayne, it's a great day.
I know, you were always kind of foes in a way on the racetrack, but you spent so many years, at the same places, training horses together. Talk a little bit about Wayne and his impact on the industry.
Well, I don't know how to say it, but my family goes way back with Wayne, to the Dakotas and stuff.
Sure.
But Wayne had a unique sense of expecting things to work out. When he spoke to you, it was in such a positive way, and he expected so much of everybody around him. After every conversation you ever had with him, you walked away planning on doing better. I mean, I think everything that he got done, anybody who was fortunate enough to have any conversation with him, you walked away planning on doing a better job.
I could not agree with you more. And so let's talk a little bit about the hopes for your horse in the next race, Soldier and Diplomat. Another fast OBS purchase coming in here. Is he as quick as advertised?
I think he's better. We're in horse racing because we have an opinion, and love the horse, love the opportunity. Things have went extremely well. The only thing I think that's going to be better than his first race is his second. I mean, he's just all class. I think we've left plenty of him in there, and I think he's in a position that off this race he'll jump forward.
Love it. Looking forward to him. Congrats here, though, with Otto the Conqueror.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And I love remembering the great, the legend, Wayne Lukas, here on this first race every single day up here at the Spa, Greg.
Yeah, no question with Wayne's winners. He was such a great ambassador to the sport, bringing young ones into the winner's circle, giving them goggles, and we've continued that tradition here at Saratoga following Wayne's passing. Big chance for that early double, and Steve Asmussen was not shy about how talented that 2-year-old we're about to see is coming up. He gets the first in the books with Otto the Conqueror, a horse that Holly was on the Triple Crown Trail briefly last year after he started out his career at 3 for 3.
Yeah, he ran in some really tough races. The Maxfield, the Jerkins as well, but the Street Sense Colt, the Shackleford mare gets it done today.
Well, he was talking about his 2-year-old. We're going to see coming up next, Sarah, $950,000 Son of Army Mule, and it sounds like this horse is pretty good.
It seems like it from all workouts, as well as the buzz in the morning on this horse. And I actually found kind of a crazy stat for Steve Asmussen that we'll take a look at a little bit later, where he's had a lot of success when he specifically points his 2-year-old first-time starters to a spot like this. I think that this one, for the purchase price and for the kind of workout that we saw from him, this horse could be pretty special.
Yeah.
It's our 2-year-old race of the day. It is brought to you by Spendthrift Farms, 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby winner and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty. So here we go, 6 furlongs. One of the things we love about the Saratoga meeting, debuting the sport's future stars, and maybe Soldier and Diplomat for Steve Asmussen is one of those future stars.
Excuse me. He's a Son of Army Mule who stands for $20,000. He sold for $950,000. So when you sell almost 25 times your purchase price, or right around there, you obviously are a good-looking horse and obviously been doing well in the morning. I will say this, further ado for Brad Cox, the Gunrunner Colt, the 6 in here, reportedly has been working giant too, and so has the 5. I have a feeling this is going to be a nice little race to look forward to.
We're going to need some help from Maggie Wolfendale. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. Let's meet the field that will line up against Sovereignty in today's Grade 2. Jim Dandy, mile and an eighth, race 10, 5:41 Eastern start time in our ABR race of the week. $500,000 on the line. And Baeza for John Sheriffs is reportedly working as good as a horse can work.
Yeah, the workouts in the morning have been just unbelievable. You don't see a John Sheriff's horse work 46-2. Has Baeza closed the gap on Sovereignty? Can he at least be in front of him and be part of the pace while chasing Moflex would make him more dangerous?
Sandman, the Arkansas Derby winner, 3rd in the Preakness. He's going to put blinkers on.
He is, and Mark Cassidy having a sensational meet so far, something we really saw from him last year as well. This horse doesn't have that early speed. Maybe the blinkers are something that they try to tinker with, try to change that, but doesn't really work out for him. We'll see.
I think most of the racing world was a little surprised what Moflex did in the Ohio Derby, but Jeremiah Engelhardt said wished he'd chased the Derby a little more after he won the Bayshore.
Yeah, maybe this is what he wanted to do. It was the first time going around 2 turns, and he basically took the field gate to wire, and he was, wide most of the way. Can he be as good as these better 3-year-olds? He has a pace advantage in the race.
Hill Road, Chad Brownie won the Grade 3 Peter Pan. He tried Sovereignty in the Belmont. He was no match.
No, and getting that 1.25 mile distance, maybe he needs something a little bit shorter, and he also needs the pace to come apart a bit, something I have a hard time imagining in this spot. But he's closed in for a piece to a slow pace before in some of his prior dirt starts.
And the undisputed king of this 3-year-old division here is Sovereignty.
Yeah, when you stick your head out like that, you kind of know that you're the king. Just look at him. He's regal looking. The son of Into Mischief has just done nothing wrong. Seems like he's thriving even more here at Saratoga. The only thing that gets him beat today is the pace.
Let's go back to that third and final leg of the Triple Crown, Belmont Stakes, and entering the stretch in here, Junior Alvarado, he had him a lot closer than he had ever been, and he still had tons of finish.
This was sort of a reverse type of trip that I envisioned in my head and was completely wrong about, where Sovereignty got to save all the ground and be up a little bit closer. Baeza was a little bit more out of position in this race, and he was going a little bit wider, ends up further back. But Sovereignty, for the second time, just runs right on by a horse like Journalism, who we're very well familiar with the kind of talent that he has. This has been an impressive type, and if he can be a little more forward today, too, he's going to be very tough.
Shortening up from 1 1/8 miles. This is not the race he wants. He wants the Travers. Wouldn't mind it. Any chinks in the armor that you see?
No, there is none. I mean, like, and a lot of people say, well, if he's 80% cranked, you know, he might not be all the way ready. He still might win this race if he's not all the way ready.
Fox Saratoga Saturday schedule begins today with that Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. Whitney the following weekend. Of course, the big one to close things out on that Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage, the Travers that everyone today is trying to book a ticket to in that Jim Dandy. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Maybe next year's future Classic winner or Travers winner. Soldier and Diplomat, he's supposed to be real fast for Steve Asmussen. His debut coming up. Jose Ortiz will ride when we return on Saratoga Live.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic. Jockey's Warrior, so fast.
Winning your end, federal judge.
And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet. Made to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These two juveniles going at it. Logan's at 14.
Journalism has won the Break the Stakes.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Todd talking about Tommy Jo debuting this weekend. She is a daughter of Into Mischief. Obviously, you've had several Into Mischiefs in your barn and success with them. Such a prolific sire. Does she embody all the good characteristics of an Into Mischief?
She does. She's very straightforward. She's caught on really quickly to everything we've asked her to do. Into Mischief's a very good debut stallion, as is, his whole Stormcat line. So, yeah, there's something innate about their they've kind of figured it out on their own pretty quickly, and she's been one of those. So.
Hey, has she shown you the ability to get out of the gate quickly and cleanly?
She's broken very well, and we've worked her twice from the gate. We're happy with her. So yeah, I think we put her in a good position to run well and also leave some room for improvement.
Watching her breezes, what really caught my eye is the way she moves. She seems to have a big stride that covers a lot of ground. Is that indicative of a horse you think that might want to go a bit further?
Yeah, but I think she's got enough natural speed to be okay in a 6 furlong maiden race. But I think we're optimistic that she'll continue to stretch out as well.
Tommy Joe, a homebred for Spendthrift Farm, and that'll be in race 7 that kicks off the pick 6 for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. We'll await that one to come later on our coverage as we get set for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day and our first look at this expensive son of Army Mule for Steve Asmussen, who's looking to take the early double, Soldier and Diplomat. Let's go to Maggie.
You know what's ironic, Greg, is that Army Mule, because he's by Frisian Fire, well, he didn't stand for much money, Frisian Fire, but Army Mule, I believe, sold for just around the same amount of money as a 2-year-old at the Fasig-Tipton sale. And so here we have Army Mule, who stands for 20 grand. And selling a son of his for $950,000 after working 10 flat at the OBS March sale, where he was not asked much at all for that time. He had a little squeeze. The rider just kind of got down a little bit more, opened his hands, and you saw an instant acceleration with this horse. Now here in the paddock, he is much to what Steve Asmussen was talking about after the winning interview in the first race. Very calm, very classy, very athletic. This is a horse that walks incredibly well. You can kind of gauge the athleticism of a horse based upon that initial gait, their walk, and he definitely possesses that. He comes in here fit, ticks all the boxes, and I think, there's several horses in here that might eventually want to run longer. I think he's one that should be very effective at this 6 furlongs. Now moving to his outside with number 5, Accost, who is a son of McLean's Music. The dam, she was a New York bred stakes winner, kind of at a middle distance or so. Watching his workout 3 back from the gate, he was on the outside of Growth Equity, who ran a decent second here 1 or 2 weeks ago. The weeks all start to run together at this point. But I didn't think was going quite as well in the end with Growth Equity. Looking at him here in the paddock, he is one that has some size to him, which I appreciate, has been very professional throughout, though almost a little too quiet. Like he's not exactly copped on to what is about to happen out there. He could run well. I don't love him as a winning proposition, but one I'm definitely going to watch with interest because I feel as though there's the framework there. There's still development to be had and maybe eventually wanting a bit more ground to work with. Number 6 is Further Ado. He sold for $550,000 at the OBS April sale. He worked 21-1, and I mean, that's a decent time for a 1/4 mile. He had to be hard ridden. He was an efficient mover, but to my eye just looked as though he wanted to run longer in that breeze. But here in the paddock, he tells a different story. It's always, I never know how to interpret these horses that don't match what they showed me in their workouts because he's actually a smaller type. He's rather fine bone, so kind of looking more like a sprinter overall. I still feel as though there's some development to be had with this horse. I know they paid a lot for him. He goes out for a very dangerous barn. His works have been quick. I thought they were okay overall. Last time I watched his work in 48-4 over the main track here, Rod Ortiz Jr. was aboard, and it was kind of a building work. It was slow to start, and then they really finished up with a big gallop out, and he held the advantage over his unraced mate. I wish he did a little bit more for me in the paddock is all kind of boils down to. A long shot that just kept catching my eye. Number 7, Forever Man. I know these are lower profile connections when it comes to these types of races, as we do see Ricardo Santana pick up the mount on Forever Man here. This is a gorgeous son of Bolt Dwaro who can get some precocity with his runners. Now, most of the family were Indiana breds, but he is a half-brother to Corningstone, who was a good runner going long on the dirt. Maybe he wants more ground. I liked his workouts. I know they're on the slower side, but he's done them well within himself, and he is a class act here in the paddock. Greg, I don't know if he can run it all. He might be fool's gold, but physically, blindly picking horses, he would be the pick of the paddock.
Well, Bolt Doro, thank you, Maggie, stands for 15,000. This one sold for 210,000. 22-1 for the debut coming up for Tom Proctor and Glen Hill Farm. You can follow along on the program today with free Equibase past performances. Download the stats on all the owners, trainers, jockeys, horses at NYRA.com/TV schedule. As we're 7 minutes away from race 2, and there is Chad Brown poised to have, as usual, a huge Saturday coming up.
Yeah, listen, he's the guy. He's the barometer here, and he's been the barometer here for the last several years. But you look at the trainer standings right now, him and Todd Pletcher at the top. Usual suspects, Linda Rice, but Joe Sharp throwing his hat in the ring, and George Weaver's gotten off to a great start. But Chad doing his thing.
To be expected,
yeah, right?
Sort of like Irad Ortiz Jr. doing well. As we'll take a look back at the Curlin, where he had the other Chad Brown end up getting the victory in here. And just nice to see Chancellor McPatrick refine some of that talent that we knew was in there from when he was a 2-year-old. He'd kind of fallen off the map a little bit. They tried some different things with him, but this was a nice return to the winner's circle for him.
Yeah, it was a good race. And so Sandy on the outside for Cherie DeVoe, obviously assistant trainer, actually was going by the one. If Jose would have stayed left-handed, they hit each other and it almost propelled Chancellor McPatrick. If you watch the head-on, if he would have stayed left-handed, he probably would have won the race, but Chancellor McPatrick got it done, Greg.
Yeah, first win of his 3-year-old campaign on a horse that had so many expectations after being a 2-time Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old. Obviously the hopeful here. What do you do now, though, going forward if you're Chad Brown? Because, yes, he wins, he breaks through, he gets that win, but he would need to improve so much off that figure to contend with the top 3-year-olds.
Yeah, it came back to what, a 94, 95
yeah,
buyer?
94.
Somewhere in that area, okay? So, you know, Lafita actually asked me that question. You see all of his mounts today, or excuse me, all of his entrants today, Chad. Is anybody going to come out of the race and run in the Travers? I said, yeah, maybe, but they have no shot. They really don't. They were too clumped up, and they're just slower than the best 3-year-olds, no, Sarah?
Somebody would need to regress in order for one of those horses to be a major player.
Took a step forward, though, in that race.
Yeah.
Maybe there's another step to come. We'll wait and see what that decision is. Of course, so much attention on strategic focus and just not his day from the same barn. Here's Vino Vici, Don Pletcher.
This one has a little bit more turf on the dam side pedigree. She was a 2-time turf route winner and half to some winners, though none on debut. Stablemate,
it was keeping some pretty good company Belmont at Saratoga week.
Yeah, Johnny.
More on that.
Yeah, Johnny V and Todd teaming up here.
Rudy Rodriguez, exhibition only with a speedy gate drill coming in.
Yeah, coming in off that big work. Not a ton going on with this horse, but something worth keeping an eye on. Could be a factor early.
Great start to the meet for Jose Ortiz, and for that matter, Steve Asmussen with a 4, Soldier and Diplomat.
The one taking all the money for St. Elias Stable.
Chad Brown, a cost, debuts, Son of McLean's Music.
Yeah, the Damn More Mischief was decent as well, a New York bred stakes winner.
Brad Cox, and best of luck to our sponsor, Spendthrift Farm, with further ado.
Yeah, this is a son of Gunrunner that's been working well for Brad, and Irad gets aboard.
Forever Man, rider changes mentioned by Maggie, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Tom Proctor.
And she's impressed by the physical appearance of this one. There is some precocity in the pedigree at a price.
And Ken McPeak, Feral, a volatile first-time starter on the outside.
You know, Kenny's horses have run well so far at this meet. He's had a couple do okay, and this one, I would wait for another day. This looks like a really tough field at 28-1.
The NYRABets Travers Bankroll Builder is back. Opt in at NYRABets.com and bet $50 to win on any one horse in the Jim Dandy at Saratoga today. Or earn a $20 bonus whether you win or lose. Boost your Travers Bankroll. Opt in now. Got to opt in to take advantage at NYRABets.com. So, Irad Ortiz Jr., there he is in those silks of Spendthrift Farm, teaming up with Brad Cox here. What an incredible start to the meet for him. We expect to always be in the hunt. He's trying to win a 4th straight riding title. He's atop the standings, 24 wins. He's on pace. It was coming into today. On pace for 74 wins at the meet that would shatter the record set by Ramon Dominguez. That was 66. He's been 1 or 2 in 53% of his mounts.
Well, you know, somebody put up a stat. There you see Irad. That's crazy. if you box Irad and Jose this whole meet, you'd be plus money, which is crazy. Just box them whatever they're at, like in 1-2 exact, you'd be plus
And
money.
Sarah, leading rider at the meet, but he had, coming into this week, the best ROI of any rider as well.
Which we're not used to. We often talk about how his horses take quite a bit of considerable money, but I think the depth of this jockey colony this year and coming into this meet, maybe we're not seeing the same overreaction to a rider like Ira Ortiz Jr., and he's snuck away at a couple of prices that maybe for him a little bit higher than we're used to seeing. I don't really expect that trend to continue, though.
A couple were just afterthought. I mean, Helena's Forte 24-1 on that wet track. The honorable miss. He had an 11-1 shot earlier in the meet as well. 6-5 favorite. Soldier and Diplomat. Steve Asmussen. This one has been the favorite throughout as we look at this tremendous crowd, and you can feel the energy days like this here at Saratoga.
Yeah, you talk about this crowd swelling as you see the stats for Steve Asmussen. Sarah, this is pretty good.
Steve, who runs his horses all over and is not afraid to run his horses at multiple different tracks, for him to have a positive ROI and such high percentages with this favorite first-time starters that are the 2-year-olds in the dirt sprints right here at Saratoga, he comes into this type of position with intention. He's at 8 for 19 over the past 5 years, so that's 42% win, 84% of the money, and a positive $2.37 ROI on the favorite. To me, that was meaningful, and that sample size includes some horses that we became very familiar with, like Jackie's Warrior, Valentine Candy, and even Cogburn.
Echo Zulu was pretty good here for him.
He's brought out some good ones. Good night.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing about Steve, he's won the most races in North American history for a reason.
Well, we heard that barn report with Todd Pletcher with a debuting filly later in the card from Maggie. He's got 2 colts debuting here. Let's go back to Maggie now.
Yeah, they're not taking that much money though, Greg, but I do want to mention number 1, Vino Vici, because he has been working in company with his uncoupled stablemate, Amador, here, and the one that you can watch is the latest one on First TV, and Vino Vici was on the outside of Amador, and it looked like Amador was kind of like leaning out a bit. I didn't notice anything as far as equipment or anything about him in the warm-up to suggest that he's always doing that, but it was something I noticed in the workout, and Vino Vici, as we're going to check out, Amador actually met somebody very famous. Anybody know who that is? That is your Preakness and Haskell winner, Journalism. He watched when they, Journalism goes, okay, I sniffed you. And Amador just looks at him like, oh, I want to be you one day. So, very sweet moment. But Vino Vici in that workout together with Amador just looked to be going so much better overall. But I still get the impression that this horse probably wants a bit longer. There is turf in the family, as we heard the set suggest, and, well, it just looks like more distance is going to be needed. And then number 4, whom I didn't love in the paddock, kind of took another step forward, at least on the track when looking at him. Just very professional, moves so efficiently, and almost kind of puffed up a little bit once he got out here. So I think the money meaningful, but definitely didn't drive me away from number 4, Soldier and Diplomat, Greg.
It's been acting the part, but Paul, as you said, this one here in those Spendthrift Farm silks, been working pretty sharp in the AM too.
Yeah, and gets the outside draw on the 4, but we'll see. The 4 is clicking down to odds on now.
Debut for all these 2-year-olds. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day to kick off the early pick 4. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Diplomat takes up his spot. And Farrell to the outside. Right up to the gate is Farrell. They're in the gate. All set. Now they've backed out Further Ado. Further Ado, the clear-cut second choice at 2-1. In the colors of Spendthrift Farm. Goes back in. Backs away once again. Assistant starters have a hold. He is looking at the gate again. Take 3. And it's going to take a team here to get this boy into the gate. Goes up. Rest of them standing well. And they're off. Accost out very quickly, but it is exhibition only who's hard ridden to the front. Vino Vici is sharp too. Soldier and Diplomat wasn't that quick out of the gate, but he's fast enough now, just a length off the top pair. Amador is racing in 4th. Accost, who broke well, 5th. A length and a half back to Further Ado. Another 3 to Farrell, and slow starting Forever Man is at the back of the field. Vino Vici zipped an opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Exhibition only is right up alongside, and Soldier and Diplomat is about a length and a half back in 3rd. It's another 3 back to Accost, and Further Ado is 5th, 6 lengths off the pace, 4 clear of Farrell. Forever Man is next, and Amador. They're at the top of the stretch. Vino Vici hugs the rail, and here comes Soldier and Diplomat, though, with a furlong left to go. Soldier and Diplomat up to take the lead. 2 lengths back, Accost running a good race, and from well out of it, Farrell is kicking into 16th pole. Soldier and Diplomat a length and a half. Accost is coming with big strides. Accost coming at Soldier and Diplomat. Soldier and Diplomat held him off. Accost a huge second. Behind them, Vino Vici, Farrell, and Further Ado.
Not quite living up to the billing, but he does get the win, but that was hard-earned to hold off Accost here in race 2 for Soldier and Diplomat.
It seems like he was hard-ridden from the gate to start here with Jose Ortiz, and kind of a weird head carriage, but he kept on having horse here. It looked like right here that the 5 was going to make a big run. The 6 gets really green and stretch, but it's down to these 2 going to the wire.
And I think the greenness, a major factor for the number 6 Further Ado, but I think Soldier and Diplomat, your winner, showcasing a little bit of that not really knowing what's going on at different points in this race where he wasn't really clued in at the break. He ended up having to sit behind some horses, seemed very confident at the top of the stretch, but needed to be reminded that, hey, we still have a job to do and something to finish up here with Accost running a great race for 2nd.
If you watch the end of this race, the 4 horses' ears go straight up. I agree with Sarah. Watch this right here at the wire. It's almost like he was like, where am I at? I'm at the racetrack right now? Okay, wait a second. There's another horse coming at me. And then he stuck his ears up and he responded to the 5 there in the lane.
Learning experience, no question here. Does get the job done, though, in the debut as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, and this is what baby racing often comes down to. Soldier and Diplomat running the straight course, but Manny Franco really had his hands full with number 5, Accost. The entire stretch, you know, Manny, look at him. He's kind of high. He's leaning over a bit with his hind end, Manny's hind end himself, because this horse wants to lug in, and right before the wire, he's going to have to kind of correct him because they come together. Actually, the 4 comes out. I was wrong. I thought it was more the 5 lugging in. 4 does come out to him and meet him a little bit. That's why you got to check those head-ons out. So, baby racing, both a bit green. Maybe if, you know, these are older horses, the 5 Accost would have run right by your favorite, Greg.
Expect to see some greenness with these youngsters all making that first career start. Here's the head-on one more time, and that green cap, your eventual winner. Sarah, what do you see here?
I think when you look at the 2-year-old races, especially the head-ons of the stretch overall, you tend to expect some drunken sailor tendencies in the stretch here. But I agree with Maggie. I think we do see your eventual winner, Soldier and Diplomat. He does come out towards the outside. And I think even with Accost coming in a little bit, he is the one that made more of that dramatic move right when it counted.
Fairly significant, and Jose Ortiz right-handed. He was trying to correct the horse. He just wasn't having it.
Yeah, you could see Manny Franco going left-handed. They both, the first time I thought it was mutual. Then the last time, yeah, he comes out a little bit more. Is that close enough to the wire? They They haven't put up an inquiry. It looks like Manny hasn't put up an objection at all, and Steve Asmussen is standing there and look like he's going to walk his horse in the winner's circle. Yeah.
All right.
4-5-1-8. Early double to that man, winningest trainer in North American history. Steve Asmussen, first timer, expensive 2-year-old, survives this stretch duel.
And they're off in the Grade 1 4-go. And it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 and 3. The leader is Yopon. 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 and 2/5 seconds.
Little bit of drama in race 2. This expensive Son of Army Mule for Steve Asmussen. Working lights out in the morning, all out to try and win this debut over the first-time starter at cost. Able to do so despite drifting out. No inquiry. Immediately goes official and graduates in that debut in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. $3.90 for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
Joined by winning owner Vinny Viola of St. Elias Stable. And Vinny, a soldier and diplomat, I made the comment about his dad, Army Mule, whom you purchased and campaigned. Coming from Frisian Fire, not really, a known sire, paying a lot. Same thing with Soldier and Diplomat today. Talk about why you like these horses so much.
There's something about, first, their conformation that intrigues me, but it's their mind and their heart. There's something about it. The Army Mule had a very similar look, keep it simple, and his temperament was very similar. At the 2-year-old sales, I got like more than one call. It was like, Vinny, this is a stamp of Army Mule. So I kind of went for it a little bit.
He really was very classy, did not break that sharply, but made up for it, getting himself in contention throughout the race.
Quickly, and I think at that point he kind of figured out what he was doing, right? But Jose said he responded very, very efficiently and wasn't too tired after the race. So hopefully he'll move forward.
That's what Steve said, that he hadn't cranked on him that hard, and he'll benefit from this race for sure. But also, you're in partnership with Sandman coming up in our featured Jim Dandy. It is a small, compact field, but a really exciting one. Putting blinkers on that gray Son of Tappet, I think it's a great move.
Yeah, I think he's right at the cusp of where he's growing and maturing mentally. I think the blinkers may make a difference today. And we'll see what happens on the front end. I mean, this looks like it could, I think Moflex could really maybe put some fractions up. And I think the track will get a little quicker as we go on in the day, so.
Well, best of luck with him. Congrats. What a way to kick off the day.
Yeah, it's a good way. Thank you. I had my grandkids. It was great.
Family day, of course. Well done, Vinny. Soldier and Diplomat getting the win while well backed here over a cost who definitely one to look for next time. Greg?
Sure, Vinny Viola, happy to see Jose Ortiz on the board. Jose will ride Sandman later in the Jim Dandy.
Seems like Vinny is just Katie by the door now. Back-to-back champions for his Florida Panthers. He's just cool customer now, but been a great guy for horse racing. Let's be honest. Vinny Viola has been a good ambassador when it comes to horse racing. Brings a lot of guys into it. And if you ever want to meet him, go down to Nove, which is one of the best Italian restaurants here in the Saratoga area. And yeah, his Florida Panthers are a juggernaut.
Better than good. He brought the Stanley Cup to Saratoga.
Yeah, right?
Just the line for that moment where you could get your picture taken with the Stanley Cup and really get up close and personal to it. That was almost like the line opening day when everybody's waiting for their picnic tables and waiting to get in at the crack of dawn.
We will move on. Talented debut, and we'll see. Steve Asmussen did say this horse going to be even better second start. We'll wait and see what Spotty picks for him. Of course, he has the likely favorite for the Saratoga Special with the Talented Obliteration. Race number 3. Non-winners at 2 life. $17,000 claiming race, so all for sale for that number. Going 7 furlongs here.
Yeah, and when you looked at the races yesterday, of the first 5 races, 3 of them are won by horses that dropped in class, and you're going to see that here. The 6 middle market dropping in class, the 8 dropping in class, and the 4 in here, Brave Buck, your 3 favorites, all dropping in class.
That's kind of the theme of this race. Those horses that are getting a little bit of class relief, who've just been facing some tougher company in their last couple of starts. But I got to tell you, Paul, this is a wide open group where nobody is necessarily much of a standout versus their competition. And maybe this could be the time to get a price. I didn't find one, but if you do, good on you.
I'll have bonus coverage on our first Fox Saturday coming up later on this afternoon with the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchids, named after the founder of the Meadows in Washington County, a man who won 6 U.S. trotting Triple Crowns, 7 U.S. pacing Triple Crown wins. Let's go to Gabe Pruitt and Emily Gaskin for more.
Welcome to Adios Day at the Meadows. We are getting ready for the Delvin Miller Adios, where we will watch the best 3-year-old pacing colts in the country go head-to-head. And around here, Gabe, the Adios, not just a race, it's a tradition.
It is the signature event, the biggest day of the year, Emily, here at the Meadows. We're just about 25 miles southwest of downtown Pittsburgh. It is a warm day out today. We're in the upper 80s, but the Grade 1 Delvin Miller Adios, that's what's on everyone's mind.
It's hot, but the fans are buzzing, and the atmosphere is absolutely electric. We're in store for a great day today.
Yeah, we really are. It's going to be a big one. It's the pace for the Orchids. Everyone all decked out in their purple here on track today. But make no mistake, that $385,000 purse, that's why all the stars are with us this afternoon.
And well done to both Gabe and Emily. They have their purple on. Going to see a lot of purple today. And that Adios coming up on our big Fox coverage. That includes, of course, the Grade 2 Jim Dandy and Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winners. Sovereignty, it kicks off at 3 Eastern.
All the big boys down there to drive. And I always wonder, you know, you got the White Knight, Brian Sears, you got the Bionic Man, you guys, all these guys with nicknames. Why don't the jockeys have nicknames like that, you know?
Need to work on that.
Did you have a nickname?
Dookie, which was not a good nickname to have.
Not Hothead?
That's our nickname for you.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. It's getting started on this Jim Dandy Saturday afternoon. We'll go behind the scenes, meet the owners who made an incredible call with their New York bred, going 2 turns, and now here he is showing up in the Jim Dandy against Sovereignty. Stay with us.
goes Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramonte's all hot, but Prince of Monaco, Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I'm going to go with the Crudo, I think.
I'm going to go with the
Sherry DeVoe.
Sherry DeVoe. I mean, we sit here, you know, every day during the meet and handicap, not very well, but we do it anyway. So yeah, you get pretty close.
All right, that's done. Now I can go back and relax until I lose the 7th race.
I'll see more of that behind the scenes with the owners of Moflex later on our Big Fox show, first of our Fox Saratoga Saturdays, coming up beginning at 3 Eastern start time, our ABR Race of the Week. What a story it has been, this New York bred Moflex. Barn was under quarantine. They couldn't run in the race they wanted to run in, Belmont at Saratoga week against New York bred. So they say, well, let's stretch him out, run in the Ohio Derby, go 2 turns, wins it, and it looks really impressive doing it. He got stronger, Sarah, the longer he went.
This Ohio Derby was a sensational effort from him, and a horse that was always good, right? But this was next level. For him to break out like he did at the start of this race, lose some position early on, be able to sit just a little bit off of another horse, and Clever again, who we saw in that Preakness, end up having a terrible trip that day, but then to just really keep on going through the lane and here, a horse that things didn't work out with Plan A, but maybe this is going to end up being the plan that works out all along. A horse that's shown he can handle the 1.125 distance, and he has a tactical advantage today.
Tell you what, I thought J.D. Ramos gave him a heck of a ride last time out, and maybe he's always wanted to go this distance of ground, and he could be dangerous on the front end. He's going to make everybody chase for that second position, but his natural speed makes him dangerous. And, you know, when you have upsets, it's because horses like this go wire to wire on you. A horse that's improving, first time around 2 turns was very good, so we'll see what happens.
Exciting horse, and yes, should be in front, which does make him dangerous. And here, time right now to go behind the scenes with Team Moflex and someone who was on hand for that Ohio Derby win, the groom. Here's Acacia Clement with Backstretch Heroes.
Over at Jeremiah Englehart's barn, and happy to be with Oscar de Jesus, who is the regular groom for Moflex. And Oscar, first of all, tell us, how excited were you when you saw Moflex winning a graded stake last time?
I'm really excited. I'm really happy. I have 2 stakes, 500,000. This is my 3rd race, big race. I think so is the races.
And that's a huge moment.
Yeah.
How many years were you with horses altogether?
All my life.
Yeah?
Yeah, before I'm working with horses with Paso Fino.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in 2018 I moved to United States, USA. Start with in the racetrack.
Oh, cool. How many years have you worked here at the barn?
4 years.
4 years.
In Jeremiah. It's good barn. I feel great with Jeremiah. You know, I need to clean the stall. I clean the horses, put the bandages, everything, the saddle, wait for the horse, make the bath, start grooming.
So everything that we see, the barn looks beautiful, the horse looks beautiful. It's all because of you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's bring in someone who knows better than anyone here on this set that it takes an entire team. How important are these people behind the scenes in what happens with a thoroughbred?
So crucial. Greg, there's many people that tend to a horse every single day, from the grooms that you just saw there in that piece to the hot walkers, the exercise riders, and even beyond that, where you have the blacksmiths, the veterinarians, the assistant trainers, as well as the trainers. So it takes truly a massive team to get one horse to the races, to have them, cared for every single day, to complete their training, to be the best athletes they can be. And at the end of the day, we are all here doing it because of the love of the horse. I mean, there's no other reason why you would get up at 4 a.m., if not earlier, 24/7 if you didn't love the animals so much. And there's lots of reasons to love Moflex, as he is a New York bred that has consistently overachieved throughout his career in 8 starts. He has never finished worse than 3rd with those 5 wins. And really, as you guys were talking about, taking that step forward in the Ohio Derby, in which he fluffed the brake. I mean, he roared out, he got on track, rushed to the lead, pressed the pace, and really powered away from that field. And Jeremiah, yes, having to go to plan B, C, D, F with regards to shipping to Ohio. But now they get to run this horse out of his own stall, where he's been training, where he's been preparing. And I think it's a huge feather in his cap that he has proven that the 2 turns aren't a question mark for this son of complexity. So looking forward to him coming up later, Greg, in that Jim Dandy.
Going to be fun. I love the aggressiveness that they're taking with this move. But Jeremiah Engelhardt is, he's under no illusions. He said, we could run this race in our actual stall, and Sovereignty is going to be a massive favorite.
It's true, and their barn is on fire right now. Everything that Jeremiah and the Engelhardts have thrown out has just been phenomenal. I mean, listen, Jeffrey almost won with Andre Worry yesterday. So all the Engelhardts right now, their barns are really raging. So I would not be surprised if Moflex upsets this field.
He could run his Ohio Derby and even improve a little bit off of that and still lose to a horse like Sovereignty today. But today is the price differential as well as the tactics, where if somebody is going to beat Sovereignty, this is the right opportunity to strike for a horse like Moflex.
Having the lead, being alone in front, it matters in this game. We'll see if he's good enough to take them all the way later today on our Fox Saturday coverage. Race 3 starts a mandatory pay pick 5 with this 7-furlong event. Paul, how are you going to play it?
Well, I was 4 deep in this race, 3, 4, 6, 8. The mandatory, I singled Arthur's Ride. I didn't know really what to do. If I was going to use somebody else in there, I'd probably be trademark 2, 3, 6, 9 in race number 5. I like hard par, the best in there. Race number 6, 3, 5, 8, and 11. 3, 4, 5, 8, 11. And then in the 7th race, bunch of babies, the fillies this time. And we saw some of those fillies. I think the 4 will be very good because she's already had a race that's been key. But we already saw the clocker or the baby report on Tommy Joey. I think you got to use that horse. I'm also going to use the 8, Immortalize.
Scan it right there with that QR code. Arthur's Ride, Sarah, he's an interesting horse. Obviously, tons of talent. Whitney winner last year. He's had some no-show efforts, though.
He has, and look, if he runs his race, one of his better efforts that we saw from him last year, he's going to win. And he also is one that has forward position when he's running his better races as well. It's just that question of whether or not he's going to show up with that kind of effort in this spot off the bench.
Only at Saratoga do you have a Whitney winner coming back in just a ho-hum 4th race on the card. We're used to that at this historic racetrack at the premier meet in the country. Post parade here for the 3rd, this mandatory pay pick 5 that kicks off here And here's long shot profitability. Junior Alvarado getting his day going.
You know, this horse is dropping in class 1 for 21 lifetime for Anthony Ferraro. Been running up at Finger Lakes.
Broderick, big price. Dylan Davis.
Gets back over to the dirt after a couple of turf tries and tries on wet tracks.
Vijano Nixito, Lane Luzzy.
I thought this horse had a look 1 for 18 lifetime, maybe from off the pace.
Brave Buck won the debut against softer state-bred maiden 30 claiming.
And ran very well in his second start, being forwardly placed, dueling with your eventual couple of horses in there that went on to do big things, but last race, not so good.
Here's John the Baptist, second off the claim. Rob Falcone Jr.
Never been over a fast dirt racetrack, so an unknown here.
Middle market, maybe the one to beat for Chad Brown.
He's had some stops and starts. Maybe they're just being realistic about where to spot him from a class standpoint.
Diabolico off the claim. Pat Quick trains.
Yeah, no, sloppy racetrack last time did take the lead. This is a horse that has come from off the pace.
Tarpaulin, big drop in class for Brittany Russell.
And a difficult trip last time out where he is probably dropping into a logical level based off his maiden win.
And 45 to 1 outside, Majestic Arc.
I mean, I think this horse has not a chance to win the race at 45 to 1, but he can affect this race because he does have some early speed.
Look at this crowd, 4 minutes away from race 3. It is packed on this Jim Dandy Saturday afternoon. Get in the game with the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Tune in to race previews, full card analysis, and betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now and bet with confidence at youtube.com/NairaBet. So there is Familiar Silks, Klarovich Stables. Used to winning a lot of races here in owners' titles. Trained by Chad Brown. Manny Franco will ride. This one dropping from 50 non-winners of 2 down to 17 non-winners of 2.
As we'll take a look at a horse going out for Nick Zito right now, who is a bit of a bigger price. This one at Tampa. I couldn't really make the case for this horse over a horse like Middle Market, who we were just talking about with that drop in class that he's taking. But I think in our hearts, we'd all love to see Nick Zito win a race, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the horse is going to have to repeat that effort as you look at the 3 at 11 to 1. Lane Luzzy aboard.
I got to say, that is an inflated price on this horse, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, when you go numbers-wise, this horse is in the mix, and everybody here is 1 for something. Sometimes you want to go for 1 for the least or 0 for the least in somewhat situations. So the 3 is a horse you can take a look at here.
He was a play. 6 is going to be tough, obviously the 8, but outside of that, I thought this horse figured. Let's look at Tarpaulin. Brittany Russell, Jose Ortiz will look for his second win on the afternoon. And Sarah, you're going to wind up here?
I am. I ended up picking this horse because I thought that he was coming out of a spot that was pretty decent in that last start. He tried some tougher levels after winning first time out. But I think when you have that horse debut for the $30,000 claiming tag, it's often the notion that you want to cut that price tag in half when they're facing winners for the first time. And that's really sort of what he gets to do here relative to his last 2 starts. We've just seen a lot of some of these horses that haven't shown up on occasion, and with him at least, maybe he's finding the right kind of field today.
Might just be better than these guys.
No, you know, the 8 and the 4, I chose the 4, but I can understand where Maggie and Sarah are going. The horses, to me, that are 1 for 3 lifetime, these horses are 1 for 18, 1 for 21. I'd rather have the horses that are 3-year-olds that are even on the drop, they got more upside. So I agree with Sarah and Maggie with the 8. I was between the 4 and the 8. I just went with Brave Buck.
No middle markets for anyone. Let's go back to Maggie.
Paul, and I can agree with you. Honestly, it's just the drop and the poor performance had me feeling a little heebie-jeebie as far as taking him, but I cannot fault this horse whatsoever in the prelims. Big, robust animal, moving. Honestly, the best of anyone out there. Looks tremendous on the racetrack. So I wanted to try to find something I didn't like because I really didn't like his last race. Granted, he was wired that day, but he was squeezed back a bit at the start. He kind of ran up behind horses, and then on the inside and through the stretch, he really wasn't persevered with by Junior Alvarado. But he does get, you know, arguably the most aggressive rider on his back that we have seen in Rod Ortiz Jr. And if he can run back to definitely his second race or even just his first, he's a major player. As we'll move on to number 8, I landed on Tarpaulin because I just felt as though the drop wasn't as sketchy. because those are pretty good New York breds. They tried the starter allowance, and now after winning a maiden 30 first time out, they're just being realistic. He looks good here. He looks much the same as what I've always seen from him overall. I mean, if anything, if you asked me to pick between the 4 and the 8, I would blindly pick the 4. It's just I prefer the form of the 8 a bit more. And I know middle market is taking a lot of money. He looks good, but I'm sorry. He's supposed to win, and he just hasn't. But maybe today is the day with that drop to this bottom level. A long shot that intrigued me a bit is number 2, Broderick, here for Pat Reynolds. I know he 3-back, he ran in the same condition, but that was going a mile over a sealed racetrack. And I thought maybe he would appreciate it, and I thought he would appreciate getting to the turf, and he ran okay numbers on it, but really had no impact in those races. This is sort of the best times I've ever seen this horse look here for Pat Reynolds. Warmed up aggressively and smoothly in his action. So just a long shot that maybe the 7/8 back to a fast track makes him a viable contender to grab a piece of this, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. That would be quite a way to throw a little chaos to kick off this mandatory pay pick 5. Post time coming up, and it is the 6 who the public for now is settled on here. Middle market, another class dropper here. It's third off a long time away for Chad Brown, Paul.
Yeah, 2-1, and a horse that I kind of agree with Maggie. Like, should this horse have won last time out? But it says bumped 1 pace. The 7 furlongs in the mile and 70 yards. You could think that this horse finally got a little bit of maybe some substance into her. Into him, and you get Manny Franco aboard, and there is a big drop there. And 2-1, the 4, 6, and 8. But you know they all have question marks, so I kind of agree with Sarah. Anything can happen here, but if one of those 3's got to run, right?
You would think. I mean, the 3 taking some money as we take a look at Chad Brown there. They're very logical types, getting a little bit of class relief, but I think they're just also being realistic with a horse like Middle Market with the kind of layoff lines that he's had. They are putting him in a spot where if somebody wants to bring him home to their barn today, it's probably that they're okay with that.
Yeah.
Chad Brown going to have a Lavender Disaster as well, grade 3, Lake George, in addition to Hill Road in the Jim Dandy. Got a Curlin win just the other day. See what the decision is next on that one. Mandatory pay pick 5 starts here in the 3rd. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Last couple left to go in. Brave Buck goes up. Majestic Arc will be guided to the outside stall. They're in the gate. And they're off. And John the Baptist had a very alert beginning, as did Majestic Arc. Those two are battling out in the first furlong. Here's Profitability kicking through along the inside to be a joint 3rd as they get to the main track. So it is John the Baptist, Majestic Arc. In between them, Brave Buck wants a part of that lead and goes and gets it now. Tarpaulin is close up in 4th. He's followed by Diabolico. Profitability is down on the inside, racing 2 lengths in front of the 2 trailers. Broderick and Middle Market is at the back, fairly compact. Less than a half mile to go. 23-1 for John the Baptist, pressed by Brave Buck. A very willing second. Tarpaulin makes it 3 virtually across the track with 3 furlongs to run. Down on the inside, Profitability. Diabolico, yellow cap between horses. Majestic Arc is outside of that pair as Tarpaulin makes a move for the lead. From the back of the field, Broderick is trying to make some headway. Middle Market is on the outside. They're at the top of the stretch. It's Brave Buck and Tarpaulin. Brave Buck is the leader coming to the 8th pole. Hand-ridden. Whip just dropped. Leads it by 2.5 lengths. On the inside, Tarpaulin is in 2nd. Another 3 back to Broderick in 3rd. Out in the middle, here's Vigano, and Vigano is absolutely flying. Brave Buck, 3-length lead. Vigano moves into 2nd. It will be Brave Buck to score by 3 lengths. Vigano finished 2nd. Tarpaulin was 3rd, and Middle Market was on the scene late in 4th.
Brave Buck the win. First off to claim Linda Rice, who gets her 8th win on the card. And we heard those roars from the crowd, maybe rooting for Nick Zito with this runner-up.
I mean, we were up here. This horse was so far back early on, ended up getting 2nd, but Brave Buck, prominent throughout in this race, had to deal with all sorts of challenges early on, put everybody else away, and still able to win by a comfortable margin. And here, as the logical horses, a couple of them showed up, and then Nick Zito threw his hat into the ring for second.
Yeah, this horse was like 8 wide was the 3, but made up ground when nobody else really made up any type of ground, as Brave Buck just kind of was just ridden very confidently by Adrian Ortiz Jr., but Logano gets up to spice up your exacta, and a second choice goes up on your second choice, yeah. Another win for Irad, right?
Yeah, number 25 for Irad, number 8 for Linda Rice. It's just one behind the leaders, Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher. Of course, collected a second Saratoga training title a couple of years ago on the final race of the meet, where she was in furious catch-up mode, trying to run down and catch Chad Brown, and she did that last race to tie him.
Sometimes you think that the story is too good to be true, but for Lieutenant Mitchell in that race to win the final race of the meet and put her in contention for that title, it was the dramatics and the excitement that you really were looking for to wrap up that season.
4-3, 8-6 finish. Number 25 for the meet's leader, trying to win a 4th Saratoga riding title in a row. Irad Ortiz Jr. been unstoppable this summer here in Saratoga Springs. Brave Buck the win, 5-2, second choice on the board here in the 3rd from Saratoga.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Right before we went to break, an objection lodge. We'll get to that here in a moment. Saratoga Live brought to you by Hill & Dale at Alapa, and the 3 not official yet, 4-3, 8-6. And what's being looked at here with Brave Buck and the runner-up is out of the gates. Jockey's objection lodged.
Yeah, if you watch the 4, watch the 4 right here come a tiny bit in on the 3. bumps the 3 into the 2. Now, if you look at the pan view, it's a lot worse because Lane Luzzy in the 3 Vagano does lose the action. Now, if you watch it from the over-the-top view, it looks like Irad's horse was reacting to the horse in front of him. That was clear. This is very interesting what they're going to do.
In my opinion, I think that moment is what ultimately did have Lane Luzzy so far back on a horse like Vigano, but you can't blame all of that on the actions of your eventual winner. Now, from a logistics standpoint, of course, that's where you want to go because that's the only thing that can help change your result in the end. And he did come over on him towards the beginning of this race, but I think that his position being that far back early, that ended up being a function of how the race played out.
If we could show the pan view, and Lane kind of pulling out of there.
Yeah, and there's an overhead view as well, which is really tells a little bit more of the story. As you saw Rat Ortiz Jr. on the phone, he's making his case to the stewards, talking with Linda Rice as his brother watches on, Jose Ortiz, and we've just been told whatever Rat Ortiz Jr. said, it worked. No change.
No change. I just think that Irad actually, if you get the overhead look that we might not be able to get, the horse in front of him kind of forced him over a little bit. The horse on the inside came out. Unfortunate for Vigano, but to be honest with you, he was never catching the
They let you play out of the gate a little bit, don't they?
Yeah.
Typically?
That's the precedent that we've seen for the most part.
So win number 25 for Rat Ortiz Jr., win number 8 for Linda Rice will stand after that jockey's objection, but Lane Luzzy, why not take a shot?
Why not? For Nick Zito, crowd favorite, why not? And the jockeys are joining in the winner's circle for a picture for the PDJF, which is an unbelievable fun, the PDJF.
Yeah, today PDJF Day, supporting Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, and of course that big night Sunday night with Jockey Karaoke, and all proceeds going to that tremendous organization that helps these riders that perform in one of the most dangerous professions there is on the planet.
Yeah, we saw Tyler Connor get injured at Colonial Downs. They had to cancel the card. He is okay. That is great news. These guys put their lives on the line for us, for our enjoyment, and they are tough men and women, Sarah.
It's just an ever-present reminder with Tyler Connor how much of a risk they are taking every time they go out on the racetrack. Thankfully, it seems like the prognosis for him so far is good. But every time you go out there and ride your race, you never know what's going to happen in terms of what sort of injuries they could sustain. And this is just a great fun to make sure that they have some support should they need it.
Frankie Dettori, you see there, taking part in the festivities. Well, Rat Ortiz Jr. gets the win with more on his mount, Brave Buck. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we saw Brave Buck loaded into the equine ambulance as Rat Ortiz Jr. citing that he did not like the way he felt and erring on the side of caution and allowing Brave Buck to get a ride back to Linda Rice's barn. I spoke to lead veterinarian here at NYRA, Dr. Sarah Henschliff, and she said possible right front being affected, but he did load under his own power. So any further updates, I'm sure we'll bring them your way, but not what you like to see, Greg, but still it looks as though Brave Buck will be fine.
Well, that is the best news to hear. Hopefully he's going to be okay. Thank you for that update as we move on. Race 4. Gonna stretch out to 1 1/8 miles, and here we go. Last year's Whitney winner, one of the most prestigious races in the older horse division, won by Arthur's Ride. He's been off since the Breeders' Cup Classic, where he was a bit of a no-show, but he's had some huge moments, Sarah.
And those moments win in this race. He has races that are faster than what we've seen from anybody else in this field, and if he shows up with one of them, it's going to be awfully tough to beat him. But I have a question for you. Do you think that he or Sovereignty will be the shorter price on today's card overall?
Ooh, good question. I'm going to go with Arthur's Ride. What do you think?
Sovereignty.
Really?
Want to make it interesting?
No, we'll see what happens.
The thing about Arthur's Ride, he went off a year layoff and ran 101 buyer. So I wouldn't worry about the layoff, put it that way.
1 1/8 miles, that could be taxing coming off this kind of a layoff, but he is ultra talented. When he's at his best too, He's on the front end, leading the way.
Yeah.
Junior Alvarado for Belmont, Team Sovereignty. Get things going here maybe with last year's Whitney winner. And of course, we'll be tackling Sovereignty. This guy, the Arkansas Derby winner, Sandman. Connections hoping putting blinkers on could get him a little more involved in the game early on in today's Jim Dandy. Stay with us.
Jockey to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the chosen run. Elite Power to the front at the 60-pole. Jockey is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
This is my Oakland.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in upstate New York at this historic venue, Saratoga Racecourse. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Our ABR Race of the Week. It is a big one in the 3-year-old picture. Grade 2 Jim Dandy, mile and an eighth, $500,000 on the line, presented by Mohegan Sun. And you do well here, you're moving on to the Travers in late August. Sandman, blinkers are going to be going on for this horse who comes from usually another zip code. Will that matter?
I don't know. You know, the other thing about Sandman is he sometimes is not a good gate horse. Well, most of the times he's not a good gate horse. He did break. He broke dead last in the Preakness. He broke 18 out of 20 in the Derby. He broke 8 out of 9 in the Arkansas Derby. So, to me, I'm more interested in, are the blinkers going to help get out of the gate?
Well, and are they going to help with some focus? Because in that Arkansas Derby we just saw there, he gets a little bit goofy in the stretch, a horse that has the tendency to sort of be a bit distracted, and maybe that's been a little bit of his own worst enemy, but at the same time, the early speed that he's going to need to be involved here, I don't think the blinkers are just going to solely be able to make that happen.
But maybe it could get him just a little bit more involved so he doesn't have so much work to do. It sounds like that's what Connections might be hoping for. With more on Sandman, let's welcome in for the first time today, Acacia Clement.
And Greg, I'm very happy to be joined by a really special guest, Ken Fryrick, who is invested in Sandman through West Point Thoroughbreds. Ken, first of all, I know since the Preakness, been waiting for this Jim Dandy with Sandman. How excited is the team for today?
Oh, super excited. I mean, this is going to be an amazing day. We kind of feel like we have nothing to lose. You know, we're doing an equipment change, which everyone's talking about, but I think he's going to do great. And he's got the heart of a champion. It's the one thing I realized after the Southwest Stakes. And so we'll see how he takes to the blinkers, but I think he's going to do amazingly well.
And he's been such a popular horse and really fun to follow as well. But for you, too, we've seen some news lately that you have made an incredibly charitable gesture. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've been doing?
Sure, yeah. I recently expanded my partnership with the Breeders' Cup. It's a philanthropic partnership. And they had an annual giving day this week. And the goal was to raise $100,000. I decided to do a match. And I'm thrilled to report that we raised $100,963, accomplished our goal for some wonderful, wonderful charities.
And such, like I said, such an amazing, generous action. So thank you so much for that support. Really, really wonderful to see. And like you said, excited for Sandman. And you said with West Point, you also have a Sharon Ewing. Very exciting looking 2-year-old.
Yes, I mean, great start to his career. Wasn't even trying last time. You know, the thought of Derby 2 years in a row would be a wonderful dream, but I can't wait till next weekend.
Well, best of luck to you today. Thank you so much for all that you've been doing, Ken, and good luck with the whole Sandman team.
You're welcome. Thanks so much.
Greg, as they say, good things happen to good people.
Yeah, indeed. And it sounds like a very good group there. Ewing, a horse that looks like a very exciting 2-year-old we saw earlier in the meet.
Probably the most exciting 2-year-old by Nick's Go. Was really, really impressive, and was only seemed like he was kind of only in 6th or 7th gear. He didn't even hit his full gear, but he was really impressive first time, and that's what you come to Saratoga from. See those 2-year-olds and the next budding stars.
It's about something to look forward to. Yeah. We saw Sandman be one of those 2-year-olds who did run well when he was able to run here at Saratoga in his first couple of starts, and ultimately, look how he's turned out. We see him now this year coming up into this Jim Dandy, a Grade 1 winner, and that's what it's all about here, hoping to see that next Grade 1 winner break their maiden.
We've got a great call from Frank Miramati, too, when he got that big win, Hoya Destroya coming down the lane. Race 4, 14 minutes away. As we get a look at Arthur's ride, the comeback, first of his 5-year-old season, first since the Breeders' Cup Classic for last year's Whitney winner, when he surprised some at almost 7-1, going gate to wire in that performance. These two, they'll team up here with Arthur's ride, try and collect a 5th win in 10 career starts, and of course, Sovereignty to come. Huge favorite in the Grade 2 Jim Dandy ahead.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually well. Last year's Whitney winner back in action. Off since Breeders' Cup Classic Saturday at Del Mar back in 2024. And there's no question, maybe even his B- race gets it done here. What do you think? How good is he?
He's got, what, 2, 3, 4, 5 races out of this, what? He ran what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I guess 4 out of the 6 races that he ran last year with Trounce's Field.
How does he look coming back off the bench? Let's go to Acacia.
Well, Arthur's ride is a little bit of a tricky one because looking at him here in the paddock, Greg, physically, he's never really been one that I have loved. He does tend to get pretty hot in the paddock prior to his races. Sometimes he can be really revved up. So far, he's been pretty calm in the preliminaries here coming in, but he is pretty warm. Again, that's not uncommon. He's not the biggest. He doesn't tend to carry the most conditioning and substance sometimes, and does look like one that probably could put on some muscle mass with getting a race off the layoff. In addition to that, watching his workouts, they haven't been the most inspiring. You can see the recent couple on First TV, and I've also seen him training in person too. And last time out, he was a solo work to go 50-1, and he was worked on throughout to keep going to get that time. Couple works back, he worked in company with Ben Duke, who is a talented enough horse and certainly has some of his own issues, but is certainly a talent for Bill Mott too. And it looked like Arthur's ride kind of had his tail straight out early on. He was second best in that work. So I don't really know what to make of him. He has plenty of early speed, and I think that that undoubtedly is his best weapon, which is how he was able to win the Grade 1 Whitney going gate to wire. I will say this, now as a 5-year-old, while he was warm coming in, this is definitely the calmest and most composed I have seen Arthur's ride. You might remember that even before the Grade 1 Whitney, he dropped his rider in the post parade and was a little bit hard to handle that day as well. So I'll keep my eyes on him, see how he's warming up. But I think if you're going to try to beat a Grade 1 winner, off the layoff might be the day. The question is who can do it. We'll take a look at the 3 Film Star, who comes out of a disappointing 4th place finish behind Willie Dees, who did come back to win a stake in his subsequent start. But last time, I thought that Film Star was pretty wide throughout the running of that race. In fact, it says Kuchar in that race was 3 wide on the turns. I thought Film Star was the one who was wider and more hurt by that trip that day, and just never really was able to kind of kick on and run his race. He's best when he can be in a forward stalking spot, very laid back in here. He looks terrific for Linda Rice, as he always does, and he's shown a
Apologies, we've dropped Acacia's audio. We'll try and get that back momentarily as we get set for a pick 4 coming up. So odds on Arthur's ride as we expected. We'll see if this price goes much shorter here. Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott teaming up, and they've had some very good ones. Of course, Casa Creed won the 4-star Dave as a 6- and 7-year-old. Loved it at Saratoga back-to-back years Olympiad. He won 5 in a row at one point, including a brilliant Stephen Foster performance for that duo. Cody's Wish, the tremendous story, horse of the year, 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. Art Collector, when immediately transferred to Bill Mott's barn, he reeled off 3 in a row, including the Grade 1 Woodward. A couple of Charlestown Classics as well. Word Like Goddess twice beat males in Grade 1 company on the grass. Just FYI, filly, undefeated in her 2-year-old campaign, became the champion 2-year-old filly. And of course, this guy right here, last year's Whitney winner, Arthur's. We're forgetting someone. Oh, that's right. The Kentucky Derby Belmont Stakes winner, who we're going to see later this afternoon, will be an overwhelming favorite in the Jim Dandy. A lot of success, these two.
Yeah, Junior has delivered. You know, you got to give Bill Mott credit. He's stuck with Junior Alvarado, and Junior has delivered time after time. And, you know, we'll show you the Whitney where he just took the initiative. And I think that's how he's going to have to win this race today. Just go to the front end and try to be the class, Sarah.
It's certainly when he's shown up with his bigger performances, right? When he's a horse that has the lead early on. And so I think that with him, the key is just getting out of the gate, establishing that forward position, especially from the rail. You have to imagine they're going to go. And if he runs a race anywhere near this, or even maybe 10 buyer points off of it, he's going to win here. But I wonder, and this is all just speculation, I don't know anything, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but wouldn't it be interesting for him to wait a week and then run back and try to defend his title if he was really showing up in a big way in the morning and telling Bill that that was a spot he wanted to return in?
Not sure that's the Belmont way to come back that aggressive, is it? That would be incredibly aggressive.
That'd be uber aggressive, I guess, yeah.
3-5 on the return here, Junior Alvarado Vermont.
Yeah, and this horse does like Saratoga. I would think Junior's going to try to take the initiative from the get-go.
Here is trademark John Velasquez for Victoria Oliver.
He's the only other one in this field with a triple-digit buyer speed figure. You do have to go back a ways to find it.
Film Star, he's been very good, just a cut below some of the very best older horses going along.
He's the one that could put pressure on Arthur's ride or go to the front end.
Rudy Rodriguez with Rad Ortiz Jr. strapped.
He does come out of a tough spot, and he's one that he can be fairly consistent. He was against a biased 3-back as well. I just think he might be a little outclassed here.
2 for 2 at Saratoga, big blue line.
Yeah, and a horse that's trending in the right direction. Claim for the Rick Dutrow barn and the Bill Walden barn.
Cooch, Rudy Rodriguez, Joel Rosario.
He's certainly been keeping some quality company, but the thing is that he is going to be facing it yet again in this spot. He would be a big surprise.
Second start back for him. Off a long time away, tremendous crowd as we expect on a day like this. And when we have, Paul, really one of the great 3-year-old years we've had in some time, and we're going to see our Derby and Belmont winner later today.
Yeah, it's really rare that basically your Derby winner, your Belmont winner, your best 3-year-old is basically, stationed here at Saratoga, so you're going to see him here the whole summer. That's pretty cool.
And everybody wants to get a look at him. Coming up later in that Grade 2 Jim Dandy. Get signed up, started, play along in NYRA Bet Spot 200. That code to use for new members right there at NYRABets.com. 3 minutes away from this fourth on the card coming up. And here he is, long time away. And the starting point, would imagine, Sarah, you brought up, could have waited a week, and if he was doing better, maybe would have gone more aggressive. But I would think, he comes back strong. They're looking at the Classic again.
And it's completely fair that some trainers just have a different way of going about things, and this could be plan A all along, and we don't know. So I think that's a great point to bring up. A horse who wasn't aggressively spotted when he came in off of the layoff in his first start after some time away, and he ran one of those triple-digit buyers, winning with a 101. I just sort of wonder, after the steady diet of 3 Grade 1s in a row where he didn't show up in 2 of the other ones, what we're going to get from him today. I think Acacia pointed out some good things about how he was working in the morning and maybe at a very short price if you're going to upset him, now is the time, but that's a big ask.
And, in terms of, this spot over next week, if you're him and you're going to show up against Sierra Leone, Fierceness, potentially Mind Frame, Highland Falls. If I'm Arthur's Ride, I'm saying, what are you doing to me?
Yeah, you got to be ready,
Give me a
right?
shot.
Yeah, and he's got the Grade 1 in the bank. So, he's still a horse. So, what you're trying to do now is get him back into a spot where you can put him in a Grade 2 or another Grade 1 along the line and then get that stud deal.
Post time coming up. There's everyone's selections. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll start where I left off, back in the paddock with the 5 Big Blue line. First off the claim for Rick Dutrow. Was actually entered for the turf last time out when with Will Walden, and this is a horse that has run effectively on both surfaces, but he ran, I thought, incredibly game in that off the turf mile in an 8th try last time out, coming up the inside and digging in for that photo finish. He's shown a proficiency for distance, I think, more than anything too, and he had a big warm-up out there under Dylan Davis, who rode him last time and gave him that tremendous tremendous ride. He's moving well. He looks like he's doing well. Obviously, there is a class question here, but he's a horse that along the way with various connections, they've had high hopes for trying him in several stakes spots. Now, the 2 Trademark, as Sarah mentioned, he does have that triple-digit buyer speed figure when he won the Clark. He has back class. He's one that I could certainly see at a big price. My biggest concern with him is that he seems to be the type of horse that just takes some time to get going in his stride. He's not the quickest out. Even last time when beating a 4-horse field, he held best, though being kind of up on top of 3 horses, pressing the pace throughout. But he seems like one that was running outside of his comfort zone last time and just outclassed that group. Today, he's got a couple of classy horses to face and see if he can run back to those numbers. He looks tremendous for Vicky Oliver. He's been a horse that I've always liked, so beautifully put together, and I think will appreciate more ground. Look, I've got a lot of respect for Arthur's Ride and the fact that he's a Grade 1 winner, but I think if you're going to try to beat him at 1-2, today might be the day, Greg.
Yeah, if he is back to the old Arthur's Ride, you want to get him off the bench when he might be a little bit short, you would think. He's 1-2 right now.
Yeah, it's the time that you got to try to beat him, right? But I'm not trying to. I singled in my pick 5. You know, when I look at this field, I look at the 3, and I do look at the 5. I like Sarah's 2. I'm not in love with the strap, the 4.
Sarah.
Or the 6. I don't like both Rudy's horses, I'll tell you that.
He likes to, the big favorite, there he is. He likes to do it, obviously, on the front end. That becomes a lot harder for him if someone pressures him. Can anybody pressure him early here?
If it's going to be somebody, it's likely to me to be a horse like Film Star. I think that the increased speed that we've seen as of late, though, from the number 2 Trademark and John Velasquez getting aboard this horse, we might see him at least not let Arthur's Ride get too far away. And looking at the race 2 starts back that Trademark was in over at Monmouth, coming in off a layoff wet track. We've seen horses exit that race and go on to improve. Nelson Avenue returned, finishing second on the turf with a 92 buyer, surface to air, upset just a touch over at Monmouth in the Monmouth Cup, and improved from an 82 to a 97 buyer. So that race a couple starts ago, even though he barely won at a short price last time, that's a little bit better than it looks.
Last year's Whitney winner, back in action. First start of his 5-year-old campaign. Arthur's Ride returns. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Arthur's Ride, not a very quick start. Film Star is very alert out of the gate. Kuchar has speed. Arthur's Ride trying to come through along the inside now. And in between horses, Trademark. And so Arthur's Ride will come from off the pace in his comeback. It will be Film Star showing the way with that sharp early foot. Has it a length and a half over Trademark. Heavily favored Arthur's Ride is tucked in along the inside with Kuchar next. The opening quarter mile for Film Star went in 23 and 3. The 2 trailers are Big Blue Line and Strapped. On to the back stretch, Jose Ortiz and Film Star. They're in front 3/4 of a length. Trademark keeps him honest in second. And Arthur's Ride, very willing along the rail in third, 2 lengths off the pace. Then comes Big Blue Line. Kuchar has lost several spots and 4 more to Strap. The half in 47 and 2. Film Star prompted by Trademark as they move toward the far turn. Arthur's Ride along the inside is a joint third. Outside of him now, Big Blue Line takes that spot. Arthur's Ride asks for a little bit more as they pass the 3/8 pole. A gap of 4. Back to Strapped. Kuchar is now last. They're coming to the quarter pole. Big Blue Line makes his move after Film Star. These 2 arrive at the top of the stretch together. Trademark 2 lengths back in third. Arthur's Ride is just outside of him. Then Strap top of the lane. Film Star has something left. Digging in very gamely. Opening up 3 now on Big Blue Line, who took a big crack at him. Arthur's Ride on the outside in third. Coming to the 16th pole. And it is Film Star. Film Star. Here's another for Jose Ortiz as Film Star was far too good. Big Blue Line second. Arthur's Ride checked in third, then Strapped.
1-2 favorite defeated. Poor beginning. We'll get back to that in a moment. Now we have a 3-way tie atop the trainer standings. Linda Rice with 2 today. She's got 9 wins. Keep your eyes on the 1, Arthur's Ride.
Yeah, kind of jumps at the start, and that forces Junior Alvarado to have to sit behind horses. And regardless whether you're a Grade 1 winner or not, Arthur's Ride is never, ever passed horses before in his life and stretch. He has to be on the front end. The race was over after the start.
Absolutely. Once you saw him not make the lead and recover quickly enough from that little bit of that hop in the beginning, I think he still ran okay to ultimately end up finishing in behind in third here. But Film Star getting away on the front end and having the kind of early position that he did without Trademark being able to sustain any sort of stalking position on him, this race was over very quickly, and your favorite ends up being defeated.
2 for Jose Ortiz, 3-5-1-4 finish. And back to the drawing board for the former Whitney winner. It's Film Star, though. He's had a nice career, this 6-year-old, Paul.
Yeah, you know, he really has. You know, Linda's got him in such good form. He's running some really big races. He's liked it here at Saratoga, now 3 for 7 lifetime. And a horse that was kind of been overlooked, but we said if the one did not break, Film Star was going to be your speed, and Jose took advantage of it.
6-year-old Son of Flatter with a win. There's Linda Rice, second time today, heading to the winner's circle to get that picture taken. 9 wins. And Linda, Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, 3-way tie. This could be a very fun race for the trainer's title as we're nearly through week 3. Long way to go, obviously. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. 6-1 upset, beating a 1-2 favorite as well. Play huge in your multi-race wagers. It's Film Star here in the 4th.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch.
Olympiad gets the gold.
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, the industry's leading source for quality New York breds, selected on conformation and pedigree. Recent grads include multiple graded stakes winner Moflex and New York bred champions Pandagate and With the Angels. Yearlings in this year's catalog will compete for equal purse money as open company horses on the NYRA circuit in 2026. The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
As they say,
Book 'em Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em Dano in a thriller. Book 'em Dano wears him down. Book 'em Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Can be really no better advertisement for the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, and a horse that really springs to mind is Sierra Leone, a horse who's taken us on the ride of a lifetime. He was a really good 2-year-old who went on to be a fantastic 3-year-old, winning the Bluegrass and placing in the Kentucky Derby, then went on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic and became, obviously as we all know, an Eclipse Award winning 3-year-old. He's a horse that was the highest priced colt of his generation at Saratoga.
$2,350,000 and a half. $2,300,000.
Please hold your applause, folks. Hold your applause, please.
One we're very lucky and fortunate to buy from Gainesway. When we saw him at Saratoga, he was a horse that we knew we had to have, and luckily he proved us right that day, and he continues to prove us right. In the coming months, we're looking forward to him finishing his racing career, hopefully in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and then he'll be a future stallion here at Coolmore at Ashford Stud.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Jim Dandy Day. 2 today, Jose Ortiz. 2 today, trainer Linda Rice. Film Star with a win in the 4th Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the 104th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 4th and 5th. Where will you be? And Film Star rolling away with this one for the 7th win of this 6-year-old's career. $14.20 for the victory. Arthur's Ride, huge odds-on favorite, defeated in the comeback. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by winning owner Ron Stewart as Film Star. Back-to-back wins as well with Brave Buck in the last race too, Ron. But what a day and what a horse Film Star has been. He's been so good to your team.
He's beautifully built. He just keeps on going. He's a front-running horse. Linda has done a wonderful job with him, and I'm thrilled he won this race. And we had some competition in this race, real competition.
Absolutely with that class, but I thought that Jose Ortiz did such a good job getting him to the front end and taking advantage of that break.
Absolutely, and the horse likes to run in front. This is a horse that really likes to be a front runner, and Jose did exactly the right thing. He got in front, stayed in front, and the results are the results, right? It was great.
And you were telling me you've had a long history in the industry, breeding, racing. Now with Linda and the success that you've had together has been really fun to see.
So lucky to have Linda as a trainer, and we've had her for 2.5 years. She's done so well, and she's such a nice person, and she's so conscientious. She works so hard, and she looks after horses. I love her.
And a very, very nice win with a talented horse. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Film Star, easy one to root for. Greg?
I think most of the owners, Linda Rice, would echo those sentiments. Film Star with the win. And this is going to play very big. I was surprised to see him that short, were you?
Arthur's Ride?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just think everybody looked at the credentials and thought, okay, he can get back to where he is. But then he just did not break well. And when he does not break well, he needs the lead. I don't care what level it is. Some horses need the front end. Arthur's Ride's one of those horses.
And that's why a horse like Sovereignty maybe is even more dangerous. He does not need the lead at all. He's not going to be on the lead, and he can overcome something like that.
Well, he's never really been on the lead, right? I mean, that's just not his style, but we did see him show a lot more of a dimension where he could be a little bit more closer and could keep some forward position if need be. And I'll ask again, now that we've seen it, do you think that he's going to be a bigger or shorter price than Arthur's Ride?
I think he'll be shorter.
Really?
Than 1 to 2?
Than 1 to 2?
You win the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes, people know that, and people are going to bet that.
You make a good point there.
I think that race looks more open on paper than that one that Arthur's Ride was just
I'd be
in, though.
shocked if he's not a lower price.
All right.
Do you think he gets beat, though?
I think he wins.
Greg's a Sovereignty fan.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got to remind us that he has the trifecta cold in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, that was the time to have it.
I wasn't going to say it, but thank you.
We all thought of it. We're conditioned.
Race 5. Thank you, Paulie. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the turf. Probably would have said it. 35 claiming race, non-winners of 2 life, and a wide open betting board here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of money going to Unbroken Chain because Melanie Giddings and Sean Bridgman have gotten off to a great start to this meet. This horse is dropping and the gelding to beat.
All right, more on this field coming up in a little bit. We're 18 minutes to post. Big coverage as well with the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchids. Do you want the field or do you want Ron Burke? He's got 5 of the 9 in this race coming up later on this afternoon. Coverage begins, part of our Big Fox coverage, Fox Saratoga Saturday at 3 Eastern. Let's go to Gabe and Emily.
Ron Burke and the Adios go hand in hand, and it's not just a race for him, it is personal. This is hometown for Ron Burke, and this is a race that he always has circled on the calendar. And honestly, Gabe, there's not a guy that brings more firepower to a race like this than Ron Burke himself.
He's on the biggest stage every time we have a big race in the sport of harness racing. Emily, as you said, though, this one is very important to him. Home base. There's a few hundred here in the Ron Burke camp today. They've got their own party tent trackside. He has 61 horses in to go across the country here today, but obviously 5 of those in the signature here at the Meadows, the Adios in the big money on the line.
As you said, and 23 horses total on the card today, but as you said, the big one is the Adios coming up here in just a few, and one of those horses is Swingtown. Of course, he's going to be paired with Ronnie Wren. They finished 5th in the Adios, Ronnie Wren Burke last year, and they're going to look to get it done with the elimination winner, starting from post 5, who I think has got a serious shot coming up.
He's very sharp right now. Emily rides into today, riding a 2-race win streak. streak. But my bark starter that I'm keeping my eye on is Rick Wink. He'll start from post number 2 with driver Chris Page. I think it's going to be a very hot tempo in this race today. I think that's going to play in Rick Wink's hands. We'll actually catch up with Ronnie a bit later today, get his thoughts on the big one move again. It's not unprecedented, by the way, for him to have 5 starters here in the Adios at his home base. He did it in 2016. He didn't get the win, but he finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Brunel, we'll send it back to you guys.
Gabe, Emily, thanks. Yes, Swingtown, Rick Wink look like the 2 best chances for trainer Ron Burke as you look at this field. It is Twisted Destiny who is the one to beat on the morning line.
Yeah, with Dexter Dunn. Dexter can drive now. So can Timmy Teacher. You're getting in a group there that with David Miller, Yannick, some very good drivers. So Dexter Dunn, the man from down under, when he first came to Meadowlands, man, he was winning on everything.
We're going to take a timeout. We're going to go by the numbers in the Jim Dandy. When we come back, named after one of the biggest upsetters in the history of this racetrack. Stay with us.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
You're watching Saratoga Live on our Saturday coverage. Jim Dandy to come later on this afternoon. Our program brought to you in part by Gainesway, Power, Passion, Performance. Let's go by the numbers for the Jim Dandy, named in honor of the 1930 Travers winner. At 100-1, beat Triple Crown winner Gallant Fox. Back in 1996, won by the Preakness winner for Nick Zito, who outdueled Will's Way the final 100 yards. Mike Rapoli, one of four owners with 3 victories. Of course, last year, Fierceness getting that victory. Todd Pletcher's won 8. He'll try and win a 3rd straight after Forte and Fierceness went back-to-back. John Velasquez, 5 total, 4 of them with Todd Pletcher. 13 have won the Jim Dandy and the Travers, including 3 of the last 4 years. Of course, Arcangelo skipped the Jim Dandy, went straight from that Belmont win to the Travers. 7-crown 3-year-old champion. Epicenter, that heartbreaking loss when it looked like he'd win the Derby. Rich Strike, the upsetter, won it. Later that summer, things turned out pretty good for him. 4 Horse of the Year, including Conquistador Cielo, won the Met Mile as well, and 2 in the Hall of Fame Arts and Letters, 2nd in the Derby and Preakness, but won the Belmont, Jim Dandy, Travers, Jockey Club, Gold Cup, and Woodward. What a way to finish off your year. Race with a lot of history, named after one of the biggest upset winners in the history of this racetrack. Not sure we're going to see that this year.
No, it's only a 5-horse field. If there's going to be an upset, it's going to be about 10-1 or under. But listen, it's still a very good field. When you have the first and third place finishers from the Kentucky Derby show up for the Jim Dandy, it's a good day, Sarah.
It is, and we're seeing with the compact field, things have to be a little bit different for some of these horses where they have to make some adjustments perhaps to their running styles. And those horses that you mentioned, Sovereignty and Baeza, they're also cutting back a little bit in distance after those 2 races at 1.25 miles with some bigger goals in mind down the line.
We all know what Sovereignty's done. Who's the most interesting horse coming into this race for you?
Moflex. It's just because Moflex has the pace advantage on this field. What I mean is he's going to be in front. Everybody's going to be chasing him. Is he good enough? Is he good enough with the pace advantage to hold off a horse like Sovereignty, your Belmont and Derby winner, or Baeza, who is moving forward for the John Sheriff's Barn?
Race 5, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And that price starting to come down on Unbroken Chain. Melanie Giddings, Sean Bridgmahan. 5-2 right now. Meanwhile, in the background, Nano Man, Ricardo Santana Jr. started off the afternoon with a victory. He'll be on board for John Kimmel. Let's go back to last summer.
You have to go back a ways for him to find this type of race that would be very competitive here. And he was able to show some good forward position in this turf sprint and defeating King Puck, a horse that is a decent one for the Clement stable, and then trying some tougher spots. But he's been exposed for the claiming tag a couple of times now, and he hasn't gotten that same form really back in action. So I think that it's a little bit wide open, and his current price does suggest that at 9-1.
It was a good race. I mean, at 9-1, but they got to beat the 6 or the 9 in here. Carango is the other horse in here. This horse is dropping in class and has got speed. They all might be chasing the 9 around the racetrack. I get the 6 as your favorite, but come post time, I think that 9, that 4-1 is going to come down.
Well, Nano Man, there he is, bred by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds. See if he can recapture some of that Saratoga magic from last summer. Time for our paddock report brought to you by McMahon Thoroughbreds. Let's go to Acacia.
And a perfect segue. We'll start there with Nano Man. Greg, this is a horse who I always have liked the name because he's well named. He is a teeny tiny individual. There is not much of him. So one thing I will say, while yes, he does need to show that he can get back on track, is that I've never felt physically he's built like a horse that really wants to go long, as he's being just a little bit obstinate in the shed row now that they've gotten the tack on. Don't love to see that, but looks like he's going to follow the Outrider pony out, and there he goes. So that's certainly encouraging just to get out of that enclosed space. But he is fit off the layoff, has not run since April, was running in claiming races down at Gulfstream, but it seemed like in those he was just kind of run off his feet down on that very hard turf course and going longer. I don't mind the cutback in distance, but he has to show that he can do it. We'll take a look at a couple of the more logical ones on paper, starting with the 6 Unbroken Chain. I like this horse. I can understand why the public likes him as well. As you guys discussed, the potent duo of Melanie Giddings and Sean Bridgmahan, just as we saw last year, has been strong again this summer already with some very nice wins up here at the Spa. And this guy was facing just tougher company in his last few races. And with all due respect, I do think that he does get a rider upgrade in here. Sean certainly well familiar with all the horses in the barn on top of that. Unbroken Chain was between horses last time and just never really looked comfortable getting completely jostled around throughout. He's sharp in here. Towards the beginning of his career, even a few races back, he would get pretty hot and washy. He's forward, but he's not doing too much, which I appreciate. I think he's a major player. The number 10 Cocktail War I wanted to touch on because while he is a pretty big horse and he looks like he should be able to go longer, I think is a bit intriguing on the cutback in distance. While physically maybe you'd look at him at first glance and say he looks like more of a distance type, his demeanor strikes you to believe that shorter will actually be better. I noticed this when I saw him at Tampa a couple races back when he was stuck trying to set the pace with a horse that's very quick early and a legitimate stakes horse in Tank. And I do think that shorter should actually benefit him. He's been on his toes throughout. He's very fit coming in for Antonio Sano as this horse was gelded at the start of this year. And hopefully he can keep things together mentally because he was running off on the front end last time. If he can contain that speed a little bit when going shorter, maybe an intriguing prospect at a price, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 6 minutes away from this fifth. The middle pick 4 starts in this race ahead. We'll get to our post parade in just a minute. We talked a lot about riders up right there and a man who's on a roll, obviously, about the big one, the Jim Dandy. Haven't talked much about the Lake George.
I know, right?
What are you thinking there quickly?
If I was going to look into that race, are you looking for a horse that I like in there? I mean, I thought it was between two-horse field. I would probably go with Lavender Disaster, but, you know, Classic Q was so good last time out. But do you see anything but those horses?
I thought the 3 might be a little interesting. Okay. Let's take a look back at that Wild Applause and Classic Q getting the better of Play with Fire and Lavender Disaster, Sarah.
Yeah, she was able to show that good early speed that we've seen from her sometimes in her prior races, especially 2 back from this race that we're taking a look at right here. But she was also helped by this being one of the first races over turf season this year here. She gets that nice, freshest of fresh grass towards the inside, and we didn't see a ton of movement in people's positions within the race where she was able to go, be forward, have the inside, and not much happened with the horse's positions after that.
Got some very big efforts. Can she, you know, carry it a mile and a 16th? Or 2 big wins have come at a mile, but she's pretty good. I thought Adoradora was pretty interesting too, Mike Maker, but you just think it's top heavy?
No, I don't. I do think the 2 Pretty Lavish she's not in, right? Yeah, she would. I liked her before she got scratched. I thought she had a look, but maybe your Daisy Flyer for Rusty Arnold could be that horse.
That's coming up in race 9. 5:04 Eastern start time for that grade 3 Lake George. As we get set for our post parade here coming up. And here is the remaining half of the entry. 48-1. Basic Truth gets in from the also eligible list outside post.
Yeah, Emily Ellingwood will be aboard here. This 5-year-old son by Empire Maker.
The rail to Cousin Ed with Dylan Davis.
This one did get the win last time. That was an off-the-turf race, and now he gets back to a surface that he's been proficient on, though maybe a little outclassed here.
Ray Handel, Joel Rosario, hard par.
Yeah, winner 2 back with Flavian Pratt aboard. You get 9-1 today.
Messi, the Magician, huge number. Lolita Shivmangle.
There was a time when this horse could have been interesting at a price, a horse who's only had the 1 start over this surface, but it just seems as though his form is going in the wrong direction.
3-1 favorite. There is the 6 Unbroken Chain.
Logical class really for this horse, potent duo and good connections that are really heating up.
Here's Side Eye with Luis Saez.
Yeah, this is what Greg Wolf does when he wants to look at my picks.
All the time. Nano Man, the McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds bred runner.
If you like him, you're getting a price, and if he can refine that good race that we took a look at, he's a player.
Jose Ortiz looking for number 3 on Corongo.
I would think the speed of the speed. Patty Reynolds, an underrated trainer, this gelding by Lord Nelson possesses that pace.
Cocktail War, speed but going longer, so cutting back may not be quite as quick.
We'll see what we get from him as he does get that little bit less distance to work with today, but he's faced some quality horses.
And ready, set, twirl, Rudy Rodriguez, Manny Franco.
You know, draws the complete outside, but if you have one thing that you like about the horse did win from 10 out of 10, so maybe that's okay being on the outside, and you're getting a good price at 12-1.
So 2 minutes away from this 5th on the card. These turf sprints They are never easy at 5.5 furlongs to handicap here at Saratoga.
They're tough. They're really tough. You have horses cutting back. The 6 furlongs at Belmont, at Aqueduct is a lot different than the 5.5 furlongs here. You got the 5 furlong races from Gulfstream. There couldn't be more opposite. So you got to try to find that horse that likes it here or likes that kind of in the middle. Maybe this is what we're looking at with the 6 here.
And it might seem like parsing hairs when you talk about 5 furlongs, 5.5, 6 furlongs, 6.5. But when these turf sprints, just the layout of the races and how they're run, I think it does make a big difference who really has more of a preference for those types of races, because the 5 furlong horses might not be able to sustain the 6 furlong distance.
Minute to post coming up. Fans continuing to pile in. Let's go back to Acacia.
We'll take a look at the number 9, Karango, who Paul was talking about. And I agree, this is a horse with a major shot in here, and he is 7-2 on the board. I actually liked him a little bit last time, and the impression that he made against tougher competition and a big class dropper in Devil in Disguise. He was a short price to win that race. It did seem that the pace in that race was a little bit murky. Alexis Zorba went, leaving Karango to press. Today, I do think that we're going to see him be forward, and I agree. He could be the one to find himself on the lead. Jose Ortiz has certainly been one, as we even saw in the last race, to take the bull by the horns and go to the front. I think the class drop is warranted for this horse, and he's held his weight exceptionally well off of those last couple of races where I thought he ran strongly. The number 7, Side Eye for Mike Maker, is 4-1 right now on the board, as he is actually, interestingly enough, 0-for-6 on the turf. And while he has run some decent races on the grass, he's also run well on dirt and synthetic, and so has certainly shown some versatility throughout. But what's happened to his speed? I know that he's been running against tougher, and 2 back he was 3 wide, kind of stuck in an awkward position, then just never really kicked on from there. Maybe the class drop will help, but I think he's a horse that needs to get back to those races we saw back in 2023 or even early 24. Luis Saez did give him an aggressive warm up, Greg.
See what that means for this one out of the gate. Fans with a great seat here of all the action ahead.
We've always said that, Greg. The best seat in the house is on Daddy's shoulders.
I love that line.
Yeah.
It is true.
Got the sunglasses out. Looking like George Weaver, young George Weaver.
Wow.
He's enjoying himself.
Gonna look right at the
Hard
sun.
not to at this racetrack.
He's like, let me see if these glasses work. Let's
as long as he's well protected for it.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, they're working, buddy.
5-2, unbroken chain. Sean Bridgman, what?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that.
Moment, Greg. He passed them to somebody else.
He
like,
passed it
look
to
up
his brother,
there.
I think. Yeah, that was cute. What were you saying, Greg?
Nothing important.
We were distracted.
Do you think the 6 should be favored here? The 9 is favored in the pick 3s. Big favorite,
really?
Actually. Yeah.
I think that this was a race that maybe looked a little bit more wide open at first glance, but I think that I underestimated how much people are tuning to how potent the combination of Melanie Giddings and Sean Bridgman have been, especially just the past 2 years here at Saratoga. 28%, 44% of the money, $5.04 ROI. Turf sprints, they're 2 for 9. I mean, they point to this meet, and they've had a lot of success over the past couple of years.
Well, Karango's going to be tough. I have the 7 Side Eye, though, intriguing as well. Days like this, and certainly we're going to see it next weekend with Whitney Day, you bring out your best. And
Wow.
that is quite a hat.
That is an excellent hat. The little boy with the glasses on top of his head, he was just giving his dad a little massage in the head, primping the hair. Beautiful day here. And he even got the hats out. See, that's the best thing about Saratoga. You come in shorts and shirts and T-shirts. But if you want to sit with the eloquent, you better look like that.
1863 Club, you're getting dressed up.
Yes, you are. And you're going to eat well.
It's not only the best food of any probably sporting venue in the country, it's some of the best food in Saratoga. And there's some great restaurants here.
I would agree. That is kind of crazy.
5th race starts a middle pick 4. That's our favorite, the 6. Unbroken chain, Sean Bridgman, Melanie Giddings. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Last few runners left to load. Unbroken chain coming up. Here's Side Eye. Basic Truth is breaking from the far outside post. Going in, they're in the gate. And they're off. And a very even start. Side-Eye in the center of the course is out very alertly. Karango in the pink silks moves up to take second. They are followed by Cousin Ed, who's not far behind, 3 off the pace in third. Nanoman hard-ridden. Cocktail War on the outside is next, followed 2 back by Ready, Set, Twirl. Unbroken Chain has 8 or 9 to make up. Ready, Set, Twirl is in front of that rival at this stage. Messy the Magician in the lime silks is racing on the inside. 3 clear of slow starting hard par. The trailer is Basic Truth. The quarter went in 21 and 4. Karango turns for home in front by 2. Side-Eye is racing in second. Cousin Ed along the inside, followed by Nano Man. White blinkers angling out and finishing with some interest. They're inside the final 1/8 of a mile, and Side-Eye is right up to overhaul front-running Karango and opens up 2.5 lengths. It will be Side-Eye and Luis Saez to win it by almost 3 lengths. Photo for second went to Nano Man in front of Cousin Ed, and then Karango was trying to hold on to fourth.
Side-Eye getting back on grass and returning to the winner's circle. First win on turf, though, for this 5-year-old. Mike Maker and Luis Saez.
There were some weird trips in here, but Side-Eye won this race by getting a really good trip by Luis Saez. You know, a lot of other horses were kind of wigging and bobbling. There was horses 8, 9 wide, but you go down to the stretch. You thought the 9 would have the lead, but the 7 laid right off. For Pura Vida Investments and gets the job done. This horse really leveled out nicely.
Yeah, you can really see the margin extending here as he swaps back to that inside lead, but the race is won from here on out. And Nano Man kind of ran in stops and starts, but never made this big move that I think maybe we were hoping for if he was going to be a major factor in here. He ends up finishing second, but kind of a no-show from your favorite, where, yes, wide trip, but never really had much position, unlike your winner, Side-Eye.
7-8-2-9, the only man in the last decade not named Ortiz to win a riding title here. Luis Saez aboard for Mike Maker.
It's just crazy. You can keep on going on and on whenever another guy wins this race, and you're like, oh, he won this, or Dylan Davis did this last year. It's just that Jockey's room. What's up? The Jockey's room here is insane. It's like having an all-star game every day. Mike Maker, my best friend. I will send you postcards, my buddy.
The chemistry between Paulie and Mike Maker is off the charts.
I asked him if he wanted to cut a record. He doesn't want to.
You guys should do a podcast together.
Oh, the loud and the silent. Name of that.
Doesn't have a lot to say until he talks to Paul in the winner's circle. He's Side-Eye with the win. He had that amazing start here. Do you remember a few summers ago? It seemed like he could not lose.
He is so good on the turf, too. And he's tough to figure out at sometimes, is Mike. But I'll tell you what, he's one of the funniest guys you'll ever meet if you can get it out of him.
No one better probably than, and there he is again, getting a horse and remaking their career to go long on the turf.
He has a niche that he's excelled at, and it's one that we don't see too many attempting to occupy, especially in the U.S. So he's found an area where he really excels and has an advantage, and there aren't many competing with him at that top level going long on the grass.
We were talking about this yesterday, and, you know, Mig gave an old school trainer. I compare Mike Maker a little bit to the late, great Mike Mitchell. Kind of claimed those horses for that $30,000 to $50,000 level, and then was able to bump them up on grass, going longer a little bit. Just a great claiming trainer, and knows what he's doing, and always has a plan going to turf as this race turns official.
7-2 win here for the Maker barn. It's time now, with the big one still to come, and our coverage here on Fox Sports 2 coming to a close in just a little bit. Jim Dandy selections for the big one here. So we'll start with Paulie.
I'm going to go with Baeza. I had Moflex all the way to, like, I want to say 9 o'clock this morning. And then I went with Baeza, and it might have been swayed by the phone call I had with Mike Smith last night. I was talking to Mike and asking him about cart talk. He loved it. He was crying too as well. One of the best cart talks you ever see. If you haven't seen it already, JK and John share is phenomenal. And we weren't even talking about Baeza. And Mike goes, you better not leave out the big B. Called him the big B, so I'm going to go with Baeza.
I don't blame you. I mean, the talent has always been there. The pedigree has been there. We'll see what we get from him breaking from the rail in this compact field. But for me, I'm going with the potential upsetter in Moflex to be the one that can upset your heavy favorite in Sovereignty towards the outside. In this race, the way it's going to set up, it kind of reminds me a little bit a couple years ago. As you can see, I'm a little bit biased there in being Moflex, who tried to take a chunk out of my arm, but was very nice to my dog and actually quite a bit softer to pet. But looking at Malathat, when she lost to Maracuja, compact field, never before defeated in that Coaching Club American Oaks back in 2021. Anything can happen in these types of small fields, and we're going to see this be an opportunity where if you want to beat Sovereignty, I'd rather try to do it here than the Travers.
It's interesting that you made the switch. I am very scared of Baeza in this spot. With just word is out, his training, as Paul said, just exceptional. Having said that, it's going to take a Herculean effort to turn the tables on, hands down, the best 3-year-old in the game by a long ways. He got so much better from the Kentucky Derby to the Belmont. We see it was devastating what he did. Is shortening up to 1 1/8 miles. Is he better going a little bit longer? I don't think it matters really. And just the way that he turned it on in his training out of that Florida Derby going into the Kentucky Derby, he's become a different horse. We saw him closer to the pace in that Belmont, so he's more tractable now as well. I want to see it if I'm going to believe it, if someone's going to beat him, because he is the top dog, and I think he stays the top dog after today.
You've been a believer this whole time, though, and now I think the public is finally figuring out, at least from a wagering standpoint, about this horse's level of ability and talent and how he overlays the division at this point. But anything can happen at Saratoga.
And real quick, I think it's an interesting point because you brought it up earlier, too. How short do you think he will be? He's 2 to 5 morning line.
You might be right. He might be 1 to 5 knowing what's going on. I have a feeling he's not going to be. I think he's going to be 3 to 5.
I'd take Arthur's Ride being the shorter price on the day than Sovereignty, but we'll see.
Are you still scared of Baeza?
I'm scared of Baeza for sure. I'm scared of whenever you have a horse you like in a race, you're scared of everybody, aren't you?
Yeah.
But no, I think Baeza is very dangerous, but pretty confident going in with Sovereignty. I'm sure connections are as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. That's part of the big Fox coverage. First of our Fox Saratoga Saturdays coming up after a break. Side Eye, $9.50 for the win. Luis Saez gets his 9th winner of the meet, tied with Joe Rosario, Flavien Prat right now. So this one in the books. Coverage again, taking over on Big Fox after a timeout with coverage of the Grade 3 Lake George, Grade 2 Jim Dandy, and that Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchids. You don't want to miss it. After this break, switch it over, Big Fox, and a big day in this 3-year-old division early on. The future of the game, Soldier and Diplomat. So much hype about this Steve Asmussen runner. Sold for almost $1 million, all out to win the debut. He did get it done. We'll see if he improves in his second start. Film Star, not to be for Arthur's Ride. Last year's Whitney winner, Film Star with the upset. 2 wins early for Linda Rice. And the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner back in action as Sovereignty gets set to line up in the Jim Dandy on Fox Saturday right after this.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is.
Waiting for him.
Talk this way.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I like
7,
it this
8,
way.
9.
I don't have to talk to anybody.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. We continue live on Fox Sports 1 as we just saw Sovereignty dominant in the Jim Dandy, and I'm very pleased to be joined by his trainer, Bill Mott. Bill, a lot more enjoyable interview now after the race versus before. What were your thoughts on that performance?
Well, I think there were some tense moments before the race. I mean, obviously we're coming in with as a very short price and a very short field, and we all know how, tricky horse races can be. But the horse showed up. He had a good break, and he had a good trip. Junior was pretty pleased with the way it went. He was a little sharp going into the first turn, settled on his own down the backside, and he said, when he asked him to pick it up, he was there for him, and he said he, engaged him at the quarter pole, and he said he pretty much just hand rode him to the wire.
Junior Alvarado's confidence in this horse is incredible.
He really is. I mean, even afterwards, he told me, he says, I didn't go after him too early. He says, I know what I had. And that's a good thing. I mean, it's good that he knows what he's got and he's right about it.
How does this set him up for the Travers?
Well, I think good. We've got to come back in 4 weeks. But, we know coming into the Travers, he should be fit. He's got a race over the track, 2 races over the track. And so far, that's all gone pretty well. I just hope everything goes as smoothly, between now and the Travers as it has, the first half of the year.
Thank you so much, Bill. Congratulations. He's a very special horse.
Thank you.
Trainer Bill Mott with Sovereignty, victorious in the Jim Dandies. We head back over to the set. Greg Wolf joining us once again.
Acacia, thank you. Welcome to our coverage on Fox Sports 1 at the premier meet in the country, and the king of this 3-year-old division remains atop his perch, Sovereignty. After taking 2/3 of the Triple Crown, just too good in the Grade 2 Jim Dandy. Next stop, Travers, late August here in Saratoga. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richie Migliori, Corbin Blumberg, racing manager for Starlight Stables. Good to have you guys here, and this horse just keeps on coming. No one can touch him so far in this 3-year-old division.
He is by far and away, to me, the best 3-year-old in a very deep, talented 3-year-old class. Baeza stretched him, gave him all he could, just second best, and it feels like Sovereignty will be better for this run. It feels like Bill Mott got him here with minimal pressure, and this should kind of springboard him to the Travers.
Oh, absolutely. I think, if anything, he'll be better at a 1.25 miles than he was at a 1 1/8 today. He showed tactical speed. I think he's actually better in a race with more pace, whereby there's a bit more speed in front of him, but he traveled so well today. And then when Junior Alvarado needed him, he was there. Baeza's a really good horse, too.
Baeza, valiant, but he is facing a very special horse. We'll go back, take a look at the entire race. And early on in small fields, Mig, you wouldn't think it, but sometimes things can happen. You can get in traffic trouble, especially when you have a target on your back.
Well, absolutely. But, like Corbin said, they're a little bit keen into the first turn, laying even much closer than he's ever laid before, even though the Belmont he placed himself better. But he was in front of Baeza, and there was a point midway down the backstretch, guys. I thought, did Sovereignty just spit the bit? Because he started going in the wrong direction when the rest of the field started to go forward.
He almost hit it looked like a little bit of a flat spot, and I thought Hector Barrios did a great job on Baeza. He put him right into the race, sort of just outside of Moflex down the backstretch. But Junior Alvarado has so much confidence in Sovereignty. He let him get into that rhythm. He didn't panic when the pace quickened, and when he needed him, he just took off.
Right here, right? Doesn't it look like the whole field's catching up to him, and he's starting to go the wrong direction? But I think this speaks to a couple of things. One, him being a little keen, so he put himself a little closer. And also, Junior Alvarado's confidence in this horse. He just doesn't, he rides him like he just doesn't believe there's any way he can lose.
And he's 3-4 wide.
3-4 wide throughout. Now, when Baeza goes forward here, I'm going, all right, well, the table's set. We're going to have a race here. And he was just always going a bit better than Baeza, who was brave, gallant in defeat, That's second best.
Absolutely. And when they actually crossed the finish line, these two were well clear of three really good horses in Moflex, Hill Road, and Sandman. And I think that just shows you the quality of both of these horses. And Sovereignty, Junior Alvarado, the entire stretch drive, you could just see that he knew he was going to win, even with a horse that on his inside is extremely talented.
And, as you guys said, maybe not fully cranked up for this one. Obviously, the Travers is one of the most prestigious races there is in the game. He wins that. He's probably your 3-year-old champion. So maybe not screws completely tightened for this. We're probably going to see a better horse in the Travers.
I believe so, and just like Corbin said, also another furlong. I think the 10 furlongs is even better for him. Now, it's interesting. The Jim Dandy, very important race in its own right. Grade 2, $500,000 purse. At the end of the day, it's still a prep. What you want out of a prep is to move you forward. Well, not only did he win the prep, he got an effort that should move him forward.
Pretty prestigious prep worth $500,000. And again, another big performance, Acacia, as we go to, Acacia Clement, who we heard at the top of the show. You talked to Bill Mott. He looked sensational again today.
He did, Greg, and it's interesting watching that race, and I thought what Bill Mott said was so true, the way Junior Alvarado said, I know what I had underneath me. It almost seemed on the backside and at a point when he tipped him out wide that Sovereignty was off the bridle a little bit, maybe not kicking in as much. I was wondering, was he trying to lug out a bit, or was he just a horse that was maybe kind of running in place a bit? But as soon as Junior asked him to focus, he kicked in. And think about back to the start of his career. Sovereignty was a horse that maybe hadn't figured it all out yet. And you can see that there's still a touch of that in there, but he has developed into such an impressive animal. The way that he was able to kick on away from a valiant Baeza, who was so much more professional and composed today versus what we saw from him in the Belmont Stakes, just goes to show that sometimes class can overcome things. And that is the case with Sovereignty. Really looking forward to seeing him get back out to what I think is his optimal distance in the Travers.
Yeah, and we just got another look at it off screen, and late in the race, guys, Junior Alvarado is not really even asking this horse at all.
No, he basically galloped under the line. I mean, it was everything you want from a prep race, right? You want to win it, but you don't want to get to the bottom of your horse. And I got to tell you guys, at the end of the day, I'm a fan. Right? I love this game. I love these horses. I love the atmosphere we had here today. But as a fan, Sovereignty's the kind of horse that grabs you, that gets your attention, and makes you want to come back to the races. A horse like him is good for the game.
He's run really well all 5 starts this year, and just seems to be going from strength to strength. He was so impressive here in the Belmont. The crowd got to see him, here in the Belmont, and then again here. It's just a really talented colt.
I know we're going to see how the rest of the year plays out, what he does in the Travers, facing older horses. But is this potentially the best 3-year-old we've seen in a long time?
I think so. I think you can. I actually did a little bit of research the other day. I went back and started going through. I think he's better than the 3-year-old crop last year, Sierra Leone, Fiercest. Those are really good racehorses. You have to almost go back to Arrogate to find one that, I think Authentic as well. Those 3-year-olds are running really big numbers consistently, and Sovereignty's doing that. And, we were talking about it last week. Journalism is a really good horse, and he ran right by him.
The consistency, that's the key word there. He shows up every single time. We've had brilliant 3-year-olds, but you might get their A race, then you might get their C race. You're getting top-class efforts from Sovereignty consistently, and to me, greatness is sustained excellence over a long period of time. I think we're witnessing greatness.
On to the Travers for Sovereignty off that Jim Dandy victory, undisputed leader of this division. Up next, race 11 will be on the turf at 1 1/16. New York breds trying to get that first win of their career in this maiden special weight. And that is a look at the 6 in here. Nana Lynn, Chad Brown Barn, always dangerous, especially on the turf. And Manny Franco will ride here. Maybe needed that race coming back. Just missed in that race, Mig. But both those races, seems like it's a lot of work to do to try and wow, we have a late scratch here? Yeah, the 9. Sorry, I just saw this. The 9 was much the horse to beat. This must have just happened a few moments ago.
It must have, because I thought this horse also had a pace advantage. It doesn't seem aside, we don't know with the first-time starters that there's a tremendous amount of speed in this race, and I thought this horse was the horse that was going to be forward.
Yeah, it's a major stretch. She had the best form in the race, coming from Kentucky, first time in New York, first time it's New York breds, but she's not in, so not sure what happened, but a big scratch.
Completely changes this race. So there is Chad Brown, who now inherits the role of favorite with Nona Lynn. I was going to say has some work to do to try and catch up to the 9, but we'll see. This barn has a way of improving his horses pretty fast.
Yeah, and listen, you discount Chad Brown at your own peril, just like Irad Ortiz at your own peril. They're just too good at what they do to ever completely disregard.
Yeah, especially second off a layoff with affiliates run well in both starts. She does become the horse to beat in here now.
So second start off a long time away for Nunalin, third start overall. Meanwhile, this 3-horse is actually going to have the rail in this race. There's Irad Ortiz Jr., leading rider at the meet, trying to win a 4th consecutive riding title. And I talked about it some of the earlier shows, Mig. Coming into today, Ramon Dominguez is starting to look at these standings. Irad Ortiz Jr. is on pace to break Ramon's record. He's on pace coming into today for 74 wins at the meet.
And the record is?
66.
66. So he can even afford a little lull, which is inevitably going to happen to any rider at some point in a 40-day meet.
It's incredible how well he's riding. It seems like it doesn't matter if it's dirt, turf, short, long. He's just in the right spot. He tries on every single horse he rides. You can tell how much he cares, and he just couldn't be riding better.
Yeah, here he is. That passion, that will to win, no matter what kind of race. It could be a grade 1, could be a $10,000 claimer. I don't think we've seen it in a long time, that sort of Mamba-like mentality.
It's really difficult to maintain that level of intensity, throughout the entire year, which he does. 10 consecutive years, at least 300 winners on every year. And like you guys said, doesn't matter if it's a 10 claimer or a grade 1, you're getting all of Irad.
Here's our post parade. We start with Horacio De Paz training night. Jasmine gets post 2.
Yeah, this filly ran well at Aqueduct on June 29th, had a good trip and got beat half length.
Breaking toward the outside, Sassetti, Jose Ortiz.
I think Sassetti's a player here. I think too big a price at 10-1, although she seems a bit one-paced.
Jose with 2 wins today. His brother, Irad, with 2 as well. He's got off script.
Yeah, this filly ran 3 really good races on the New York circuit last year for Chad Brown. Has been moved over to Will Walden and does have some turf pedigree for a turf debut.
Miguel Clement, Dylan Davis, Tehila.
Yeah, Tehila actually showed speed sprinting on the turf, and now she's been a little bit further back. I'd like to see her lay up close in this race.
Turf debut for Will of a Woman, not bad, was just behind Nona Lynn.
No, she had some trouble in the stretch too. She took her a long time to get out, and she came flying late. Is a better filly on turf.
Here's the Chad Brown favorite with Manny Franco.
Yeah, filly that hasn't broken very cleanly in both of her starts, but then she wanted to get a little keen. If she breaks better, she should put herself up in the race.
Is way too big a price on a summer day.
This filly has 2 races that make her competitive in this race in April and June. If she can replicate one of those, she could hit the board.
Reina Noche, a first-time starter for Jenna Antonucci of Arcangelo fame.
Yeah, tough to debut going 2 turns, but the mare has produced 4 turf winners.
And a big pedigree we'll talk more about in a minute with the 10 Starship Pegasus debuting.
Yeah, I mean, she is a half to a Spirit of St. Louis, grade 1 winner on turf, Bar of Gold, a grade 1 winner, a Breeders' Cup winner. I'm a little bit, and this is a question for Corbin, she only went for $200,000 at auction. Being a filly, it seems a little bit light with her residual value.
It is. She didn't breeze poorly at the sale, and I did look at her at the sale. I'll go back and look at my notes, but it's not a ton of money for given her pedigree. Spirit of St. Louis was already a good horse, and Bar of Gold had already won the distaff.
Well, again, huge scratch in here, the 9. There was no question Hello Beauty was the one to beat. And as we looked up to start talking about this race, noticed a late scratch. So with more on what happened, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, as we did see that late scratch, as you mentioned, with Hello Beauty, I confirmed with paddock judge Patrick Davis that she did come in wearing impermissible shoes. So horseshoes monitored by HISA. They have strict regulations as to what can be worn, and particularly for dirt and turf as well. So she came in with shoes that were not permissible for these conditions, and thus had to be a scratch for the new HISA regulations. So unfortunately, unfortunate scenario, but luckily she is A-okay. Everything is fine, but that is the reason for the scratch. Now, we'll take a look at the current favorite, the number 6, Nona Lynn, I think kind of defaulting over to this one, who has not run races nearly as quick as the horse that would have been the favorite in here. But Manny Franco did give Nona Lynn a big warm-up out there on the track, took her right away from the pony, kept her moving throughout. She did get pretty headstrong last time out, and she's a horse that they had added a Houghton bit onto her, a cage bit. You can see she's wearing it again today. This is the second time with that equipment. Manny Franco knows her well. He's also very good at riding horses that are a bit quirky, and given how she is, and a horse that just always seems like she needs to put more muscle mass on, I think she will have benefited from that last start. The number 5, Will of a Woman, got onto the turf last time. I'd always felt that she looks like a horse that wants to go long and wants to be on the turf, and that's what she got to do last time, and she ran very well that day as well. It was close between the top 3 finishers, kept moving in the solo warm-up as well, as John Velasquez really perked her up. To my eye, she's actually put on some muscle mass since that last effort, as you see him doing those figure 8s and kind of zigzagging with her to get her to bend a little bit and be a little bit more supple in his hands. The first-time starter, Starship Pegasus, as you guys were mentioning, relatively moderate price for a sensational family. Have to Bar of Gold, have to Spirit of St. Louis, Grade 1 winners, but Bar of Gold has also been a great producer too, with several of her offspring being stakes caliber horses too. So it is something to be a little bit concerned about. Also, she was purchased as a 2-year-old and does not show up at the races until a year plus later. So she's certainly had some setbacks, you would think, along the way. She's dappled from head to toe. Typically with Michelle Nevin, you like to see them have a start. I do think she'll benefit from a race to strengthen and put some muscle mass on, but much like the rest of the family, a very good looking individual, and there's a lot of versatility for either surface in that pedigree as well. Greg?
Big pedigree for the debut coming up. Starship Pegasus at outside post. This tremendous crowd just treated to seeing the Derby and Belmont winner do it again in the Jim Dandy, and they're sticking around for these final 2. So here is who Starship Pegasus is related to. Sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Spirit of St. Louis, who was beating up New York breds for a long time. Chad Brown finally said, doing so good, I'm going to put him in against top-level company, and he's responded.
He is just as honest as the day is long. 11 wins from 17 starts for 3 seconds, and just a good horse who shows up every single time.
Absolutely, ran well at Gulfstream. He's run well at Churchill, different turf courses, New York, all over. And he's run really well in dirt too, Spirit of St. Louis. But he's definitely better on the grass, and just a really, really nice horse.
So this one, a sister to that multiple Grade 1 winner, and also to the former Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner, Bar of Gold, who won that race at 66-1. Mig, you're going to wind up here with the first-timer.
Yeah, I want a stranger. I don't trust anybody that's run. And, you know, between the pedigree and the turf workouts, I love when a horse, before they debut, works 5 furlongs on the turf. I think it gives you a better indication of how well they actually handle it as opposed to just a half a mile. As the workouts get longer, it's how they travel into the bridle. So I like that she has a 5 furlong work on the turf. Don't love the post. Question that she didn't go for a lot of money at the sale despite the pedigree. But I'm looking for the stranger. And full disclosure, I rode the dam of this horse, Concord Kid.
Now
I broke her
it
maiden
all comes out.
for John Kimmel, so I got a soft spot for this Chester and Mary Broman bred.
And look, I mean, not a lot of room until you get to that first turn. So Javier Castellano's going to have some work to do to get position.
Well, her mother did win wire to wire, going 6 furlongs on the turf with me aboard, so you know she had to be good.
One of, what, over 4,400 wins in your career?
Yeah, and at least 300 of those for John Kimmel. You know, he had a big percentage and a big hand in my career and helping me ride a lot of good horses for him and Chester and Mary Broman. And the funny thing is, as a kid, I was a groom for Chester and Mary Broman's kids at a show barn, made $40 a week, and every time Mr. Broman came in the barn, he'd give me $20. That's 50% of your paycheck right there. I used to love to see Mr. Broman come in the barn.
Awesome. The 5 and the 6 in this spot, Will of a Woman and Nona Lynn, Corbin. Very little, a head separated them when they met. That was a turf debut for the 5. Too big a disparity in the odds?
I think so. I do question how good that race was, which would be sort of the question. They kind of all came together very closely at the end, but a repeat of that effort would make them both competitive.
Set for this 11th mile and a 16th on the lawn. Again, big late scratch of the favorite. Wrong shoes. Hello Beauty comes out. Nana Lynn, the 6 now your favorite. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Going up, here's Will of a Woman. Sassetti with the number 2 saddle towel breaks way out there. And Starship Pegasus will be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a very even start. Night Jasmine is out very alertly. On the extreme outside, Sassetti is rushing into contention. Will of a Woman is in between those two and will take the 3rd spot as they round the first turn. Then comes Starship Pegasus, who's in the clear. Red Cap on the outside, 4 lengths off the lead. They are followed by On a Summer Day. Tahila is next along the inside with the orange cap, and a 3 wide Reina Noche is some 7 lengths off the pace. The 2 trailers, Nona Lynn, off script at the back. The opening quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. So they run down the back stretch. Joel Rosario and Night Jasmine in hand, in command. 2-length lead. Sassetti makes it 2 grays on the front end. Will of a Woman has settled well 3rd. And then it's Starship Pegasus, who's 4th. Now 6 lengths off this leader, Night Jasmine, who's trying to sneak away around the far turn. Then comes Tahila racing on the inside of On a Summer Day, who's 8 lengths off the pace. Reina Noche is next. At the rail, Nona Lynn in the turquoise colors, yet to make some headway, has 10 to make up. And in behind her comes Off Script. The half went in 48 2. They're coming to the quarter pole. Sassetti is right at Night Jasmine. Those two stride for stride. And here's Nona Lynn, who's been saving ground and cut loose with purposeful strides in the center of the course. Here she comes, and Will of a Woman is trying to go with her down on the inside. Off Script has surfaced late. Nona Lynn with a devastating burst of speed has the lead. Off Script is coming fast. It will be Nona Lynn. One to watch. Off Script was 2nd. Sassetti finished 3rd. Will of a Woman was 4th.
Lot of work to do for Manny Franco on Nana Lynn. Went very wide into that 2nd turn, but was moving beautifully down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, she came wide, but made a long, sustained run and kept coming. And she needed to continue running because Off Script slipped up the rail under Irad. Another terrific ride from him that didn't result in a win, but stretched the favorite all the way to the wire.
Yeah, Irad was following the Manny the entire race, but Manny sort of just got Nona Lynn in the clear and sort of made sure she didn't get in any trouble. I think he knew he was on the best filly. Off Script really improved in her turf debut. Irad went up the rail on her, and she ran really well. I think these are 2 really nice New York bred fillies for the future.
6'3", 2'5", Nana Lynn, Manny Franco, and again, Chad Brown answering Todd Pletcher's win from earlier today, tied atop the trainer standings with his 10th victory.
It's not a sprint anymore, Saratoga. It's a marathon, so we got a long way to go. You know, Manny did something very smart here, too. He drifted down to meet the 3-horse Off Script, keep his filly interested. Because it looked like when she hit the front out in the clear, she almost got lost a little bit. Then he brought her down to feel the presence of that horse, and she kind of continued then.
Yeah, the filly's still really lightly raced. Only her 3rd start. Is still learning, even though she's a 3-year-old filly. And I think she's only going to get better with racing and probably actually with a little more distance as well.
I will follow the 10-horseback Starship Pegasus. She ran actually very well, was wide throughout from a tough post, ran to the top of the stretch, got tired, which you would expect the first-time starter to do. She will improve a lot off of that run.
Nana Lynn with the victory here. Chad Brown again in the tie atop those trainer standings, 10th victory. And Manny Franco, well done, rides this one to perfection. Had a lot underneath him though, certainly. Here in this 11th. Start number 3, 3rd time the charm for this 3-year-old filly. By Slumber wins it 2-1 as the favorite. Prices when we come back. We'll set up the nightcap next.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. In the 11th, Nana Lynn, Chad Brown, Manny Franco ahead of Plains Partners, and the favorite with a victory here.
So with the late scratch of the 9, Hello Beauty, in your multi-race wagers, you would wind up on this horse, the favorite.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if you had the 9, you now get the 6, who was post-time favorite in the pick 6. So $6 for the win. Off script, Cisetti complete the trifecta.
And Slumber, who doesn't seem to get a lot of attention as a stallion, quietly, without big numbers, consistently throwing winners.
Yeah, they just run. They really do. They just run. A lot of them end up in the Chad Brown barn, which helps, but you need to have the horse if they're going to run that well. And this filly, another Slumber that seems to love the grass.
Let's go to Acacia with Manny Franco.
With Manny here as Nona Lynn. Manny got up in time. She is outfitted with that cage bit, and you can see you were kind of riding, using that to your advantage. She does like to lean in a little.
Yeah, she likes to lean out a little bit, but with that bit helped her a lot. She was she was pretty much straight the whole way. I was happy where I was. I know the pace was cooking in front. I was, like I said, I was comfortable where I was, and when I asked her, I made my move in the outside because she was rolling, so I don't want to be in trouble.
Saw you warm her up pretty strongly, too. Seems like she really improved second off the layoff.
Yeah, definitely. Last time, I didn't know her that well because I just rode her one time, but I think she needed the warm up to be, kind of forward. Today wasn't the rally so far out, so like I said, I was comfortable where I was, and I don't want to change anything.
It was a nice win for her. If you could take us back to the Jim Dandy with Moflex, the New York bred, set the pace. Did you feel anything with him? How did you think he showed up today?
He did. He ran a tremendous race. He was trying all he can. He likes to drift out a little. He was doing it, but not bad. In the turn he came back to the rail, but like I said, he fought so hard. those horses are super good, so he gonna get more stake with him.
I certainly think there's more in his future. Thanks for the insight and congratulations here, Manny.
Thank you, Acacia.
Manny Franco with a win with Nona Lynn. Maybe a little bit of a specialty with those horses that tend to drift his last couple of mounts, Greg.
Well, it was a great ride. We just saw from him there. You know, Moflex, still a great story. A horse who was going to go to a New York bred race. Barn comes under quarantine, not allowed to race, and they decide, well, let's go 2 turns. And he did look sensational in that Ohio Derby. Obviously, going against the best of the best is a different story.
Yeah, but there's other opportunities for a horse like Moflex. Obviously, there's still New York bred races that he could always go to. The Empire Classic on New York Showcase Day, he'd take on Elders there. And other 3-year-old races. I think he's just maybe a cut below the very best, but he's a trier. I mean, you got to like stories like that and horses like that.
Oh, absolutely. And they could even cut him back in the Alan Jerkins. He won the Bayshore against Open Company. Depending on how that race comes up, I mean, he tries hard every time. He's the type of horse you can take a shot with.
We have the nightcap still to come. It'll be on the turf at a mile and a 16th, $50,000 maiden claiming group. Take a look at this field, and currently it's, guess who? Chad Brown with the favorite, Clarvich Stables. Dylan Davis, second time on the grass, ran 3rd in the turf debut back in June 29th.
Yeah, this horse has a really similar, it's a 4-year-old gelding, but a similar profile in some ways to the filly that just won. Is coming in this race second off a layoff and ran well on the grass last time out. Makes him dangerous in here.
We're going to take a look back when we return to the Grade 3 Lake George. Jose Lezcano for Rusty Arnold, a thriller at the wire. We'll take a look back next.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic.
Jackie's Warrior, so fast. Win in your end, Federal Judge. And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet.
Made to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These two juveniles going at it. Logan's at 14.
Journalism has won the Break the Stakes.
Back in our Fox Sports 1 coverage on this Jim Dandy Saturday afternoon from Saratoga. Brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Earlier on the card preceding the Jim Dandy, it was 3-year-old fillies on the lawn, mile and a 16th, Grade 3 Lake George, and Classic Q trying to take this field gate to wire.
Classic Q just a little bit too keen today. She didn't switch off. You're going to see Jose Ortiz, like she's going to establish the lead. And watch when he goes to take a rating hold of her. Keep an eye on her head carriage. She's going to toss her head in his face, and she just was resenting restraint right up in here. We can see it. right there. You saw when his seat kind of dropped down to the saddle a little bit, and she just stayed a touch too keen throughout and was ripe to be picked off. And the winner was very good here for Rusty Arnold.
Yeah, the pace definitely did collapse a little bit, but I also thought Daisy Flyer really ran, and she wasn't coming to this race off the most ideal circumstances. She'd only run once as a 3-year-old, and that was on March 1st. So for her to fire like that off a layoff is a really good training performance by Rusty Arnold. Classic Q almost held on, just got nailed. A tough beat for them, but she came in off a stake win. And just a really exciting race and a nice group of 3-year-old turf fillies around.
And Jose Lezcano, so underrated. All he does is show up and do his job every day. No histrionics, no drama. He's a pro's pro. He's a jockey that other jockeys, admire. Just like Rusty Arnold's a horseman's horseman. And that was Rusty Arnold's 1,982nd career victory. He's closing in on a huge milestone for a horse trainer, 2,000 wins. So congratulations to Rusty.
Incredible work. And we talk about Jose Lezcano all the time, and he doesn't get the recognition he should, especially on the grass. One of the elite turf riders in the game.
Absolutely, and he always just seems to kind of take, a back seat in some of these bigger outfits, and I'm surprised. There's going to be a big outfit eventually that's going to elevate him to that first seat. And you think about the way he deputized on Wise Dan, winning a Breeders' Cup Mile, Warlike Goddess, winning a Turf Classic on her. But he never seems to be that go-to guy, and I think it's past time he becomes more of that go-to guy.
New agent.
Yeah.
Getting some new business.
Absolutely, yep.
And off to a good start here at the meet. We're going to take a timeout. We have more coming up this nightcap. Maybe a new face on the lawn. This is a new face with one getting on the green for the first time. Amelia Green, England native, rode horses for a short time, but realized her true talent was as a trainer. Stay with us.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
My first memory of a horse
I mean, it's pretty much before my memories began. I've been very lucky to grow up around horses my entire life. But I'd say when I was like 13, 14 was when this was all I wanted to do. I started out with the show horses, show jumping, and I was lucky enough to jump for England when I was a child. My grandfather was a national hunt trainer in England, so I would say that was the inspiration to trying to get into racing. I think he was the one that was like, why don't you try going to the racing school? When I first came into the industry, I was set on being a jockey. I loved the adrenaline of the going fast and, you know, riding tight in a race, and that was the route I wanted to go. I was incredibly lucky to get a job at Henry Cecil's straight off the racing school. I don't think at the time I realized how good of a position that was. He actually sent me out to America one winter to California, and then he sadly passed away that June. I had a trainer in California, George Papapadromu, that offered to sponsor me for my visa and move out to America. I haven't left working-wise since. Go with Gian if you need to. He should be fine, he's ran already, so regular gallop. You know, I couldn't cut the weight riding races. I'm also a realist, and I knew that I was a pretty average jockey. And then I kind of just plateaued a little bit, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I spoke to Michael McCarthy, and he said, would you want to go work for Todd Pletcher? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to go work for Todd Pletcher. And so I called him. I think the only thing he said was, when do you want to start?
What was great about Amelia is when she first arrived, she didn't want to just ride. You know, she wanted to be involved in the barn and work the hours that the foreman and the assistants work, you know, to learn all the other stuff that goes into preparing a horse to race.
You just learn something from him every day. As everyone knows, he's not the most vocal person, but if you pay attention to what he's doing and how he's doing things, it's just a great barn to be in and learn in. I think I first told Todd about, you know, the desire to train on my own, like 3 years before I actually did it.
My biggest challenge was trying to hold on to her for a couple of years, and you know, I was able to convince her to stay. I think I talked her into another year, and part of the agreement for that year was we would sort of prepare her for some of the things that you need to know when you're training.
He was very supportive from day one. I think he learned that from, you know, the Lucas tree, that when someone says they want to do something, he's going to help them get there if he can.
You know, the one thing I'm very proud of is not only the success that they've had, but the way that they conduct themselves, the way they represent themselves, and the way they represent the industry.
You can take her away from the pony, she's good. But when I left Todd's right after Breeders' Cup, I actually didn't have a single horse in my barn. So straight from the Breeders' Cup, we went to the November sale, and I was lucky enough I had 2 owners. We bought a filly called On Command and another filly called Wimberley. And that first week, I mean, I did it all myself. I groomed them, I hot walked them, I rode them. That was it, we were up and running.
We give it to On Command, Katie Davis. They win the license fee.
She was always gonna obviously hold a special place in my heart. The first couple of days I was here, I was driving in the gate and just looking over to the Saratoga track and thinking how cool it was to have a barn here of 35 horses in my first year of training. It kind of took me aback for a second, realizing how lucky I am. You're doing what you always wanted to do with your life, working with horses every day. It's pretty cool.
There is Amelia Green. She says, I don't have hobbies. This is it, all in on horse racing. Learned her work ethic from Todd Pletcher, Henry Cecil. She gives a leg up to Kendra Carmouche, and she's made an immediate splash, Mig.
But already have 35 horses under your shed row and just starting out less than a year ago. And listen, she's smart, she's thoughtful, she's a good horsewoman, and she learned from one of the best in Todd Pletcher.
Todd Pletcher's been a huge part of Starlight Racing and you know, their story throughout. And I remember when I first started with Starlight, we had a really nice filly named Jouster who was pretty tricky to ride. She was at Keeneland for the Appalachian. Amelia was riding her every day, and you could just see how talented she was. And Jouster won, and I think a lot of it was down to Amelia. And it's no surprise at all that she's having the early success she is.
Got to be with some very good ones. 2 of the favorites that she said she got to ride for Todd Pletcher. Life is Good, Malathot, who was a champion.
Life is Good. I won the affectionately handicap honor. Was supposed to ride her in the 60 sales. Unfortunately, I fell on my head and ended my career before I got to ride her in that 60 sales. Although I told the doctor when he checked me out, Doc, I know we got to do surgery, but I'll go ride that mare first. And no, Life at 10 I'm thinking of. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Life is Good.
Yeah. Was the colt fast?
Yeah, with the Pegasus, I believe.
Yeah.
He won the Breeders' Cup third mile.
Everyone thought he was going to be a sure thing going to the Classic, and a horse by the name of Flightline came along.
They didn't see that coming, did they?
He went really fast in that Classic, and Flightline followed him around. And
he ran very good in that race.
Ran really well.
Yeah.
Ran really well.
Well, what do you guys think about Amelia Green's runner in here? Getting on turf for the first time, the 6 Majestic Michael.
Well, I'm not seeing an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree here to back the move up, but kind of getting the complete makeover, right? Dropping in class, first time gelding, and turning to turf.
You justify, Cyrus, City of Troy, and other, top turf runners. So there is a propensity to try them on the grass, which Amelia does here. A little bit of a stop-start campaign. It hasn't been seen since February. But if the turf moves this gelding up, he has the form going back in 2024 that would actually make him very difficult to beat.
There's at least a race or two from McHale that makes him interesting. He's 22-1.
Yeah, chased a very fast pace last time, inside draw, and you get Jose Lascano.
There's Joel Rosario on the 2.
This horse ran really well 2 starts back with Joel up. If he gets back to that race, he has a chance.
Turf debut for Capsha.
I think this horse is very interesting. The mare has had 2 runners to try the turf, both winners, including the stakes winner, Salmanazar.
Ramiro Mirage Rider change on the 4.
This horse is a massive price, but he's making the 3rd star off a layoff and going 2 sprints to a route and getting blinkers on.
Here's the Amelia Green runner, first time on the grass, the 6.
Yeah, trying turf for the first time, has some races that make him tough to, competitive.
Probably, I know not favorite, probably the one to beat, the 7, Fateful Lightning.
Dropping in class, but coming out of 1 mile and 3 furlong races, and I feel like this horse is a little bit one pace, but just might be in the right group.
Amelia Green's former boss, that one went by with a 9 battle drum for Todd Pletcher.
They're stretching back out in distance.
Hedge the Risk, nice appearance.
Yeah, I think this is the horse to beat. 2nd off a layoff, improved quite significantly on the grass last time out.
And got stripes Cherie DeVoe. Start number 3, stretching back out.
Well, we got Amelia Green in here and Todd Pletcher. Amelia Green used to work for Todd. We got Cherie DeVoe, who used to work for Chad Brown. So we got some former assistants trying to knock off their former bosses.
Yeah, makes it more fun. There's battle drum for Pletcher. Blinkers on. It actually has a couple of good races going longer. We'll stretch back out. Here's the 7. Brad Coxbarn, Manny Franco looking to take this late double on Fateful Lightning. It was actually shortening up from 1 mile and 3/8. This was 2 starts ago, though. 1 mile and an 1/8 ran 3rd at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, I thought this horse ran really well this day. He ran well in his debut as well at Gulfstream. I think the key to this horse is he's dropping from maiden special weight to maiden claiming, and some of these horses are dropping maiden 100 to maiden 50. I don't think that's nearly the same class relief that Faithful Lightning's getting. He's a horse that's run well in maiden special weights as well as he did here, and I think if he can sort of use that class relief, he could be tough to beat.
All right, now 3-1. 2nd choice on the board. I mean, he ran from the get-go, Mig. He showed talent.
Yeah, absolutely, and I agree with Corbin as far as it's more of a significant drop in class. 100,000 claiming to $50,000 claiming feels a bit interchangeable. When you drop from maiden allowance to maiden 50, it's like, well, we're not going to hook up with any potential stakes horses. And interesting partnerships: St. Elias Stable, Towler Racing, and West Point. St. Elias is Vinny Viola, owner of the Florida Panthers. He's here today. Back-to-back Stanley Cup winners.
Brought that Stanley Cup for everyone to see here at Saratoga last summer. With more on the current favorite, Hedge the Risk. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, this is an interesting horse, and I completely agree with what you guys were saying about the class, because while, especially for turf horses and especially for males, it's not the most likely that you'll see them get claimed for 100,000, but the possibility is still there. And this one switched onto the turf at that level of competition last time. They made the tack up early, saddled him with the pony. He's very sharp out there. All that is normal for Hedge the Risk, because he's a horse that early on, and even now too, can be very tricky, very green, very rambunctious prior to his races. Not the typical well-schooled Chad Brown. For his standards, he's doing exceptionally well today. He is the full brother to Grade 3 winner By Your Side. It was much more of a dirt horse, and while the pedigree would suggest dirt much more, he looks like a turf horse through and through. He's also very big and looks like distance. So I think these are the right conditions. We'll see if he can take yet another step forward. The number 7, Fateful Lightning, though, I again agree, a big class drop for him. Not to mention, last time out, I was really concerned about him getting the distance of the 1 3/8. I just did not think he was necessarily built that way. I know that it is kind of a specialized distance, and sometimes the horses that are very switched off can handle it, and he is a bit of a laid-back individual, but I just think this is such a better distance for him and a significant drop in class. Manny Franco gave him an aggressive warm-up. See if Manny can sweep the late double. The 3 Captcha is a little bit intriguing as he gets onto the turf for the first time. Authentic progeny tend to be quite big and take up a lot of space. I have seen some of them run well on the grass, and this horse is just really built like a turf horse. Slacker pasterns, a flatter foot to him. He debuted on Tapeta, where he was very green prior to the race and getting out of the gate, so shortcut blinkers going on. It is a layoff, a little bit of an additional drop in class. He looks like he might need a race as far as fitness, but I think he's intriguing because this certainly looks like the surface that he does prefer. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. He's been bet down, too. He's 15-1 morning line, down to 7-1, and I know, Mig, you're intrigued as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pedigree points out that this horse should like turf. I like the comments about his physicality from Acacia, and he's acting better today. He was a bit of a mess at Gulfstream over the winter, and he was fractious at the gate. I hope he continues to hold it together, because when a horse starts acting up, I always question their focus and their ability to channel their energy properly.
Yeah, as an owner, you always want them to go to the gate cool, calm, collected, and hope everything goes well.
Favoritism, it took a while, but has finally shifted to the 7. Fateful Lightning for the Brad Cox Barnes. Manny Franco looks for this late double.
Manny Franco, strong rider, puts horses in position, and he finishes about as strong as anybody out there. Real quick, too, about the 3 Captcha. I'm a big Phil Antonacci fan. I love his background, and his family so vested in his grandfather in the Harness Hall of Fame.
Frank Miramati with his finale on Jim Dandy Saturday. Here he is.
Got Stripes goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Mikhail flashes that quick speed from along the inside, but has plenty of company and some crowding there toward the inside. But 5 or 6 of them will now vie for the early lead, including Suspiciously Named. And so it is Suspiciously Named who is the quickest. Captcha on the inside is right there. It's like cavalry stampede into that first turn. Alongside is Majestic Michael racing in 3rd, and outside of them, Battle Drum had to go 3 wide, but now moves into that 2nd spot. Mikhail, who broke so smoothly, is now settled well, 6 lengths off the lead, followed by Got Stripes, who's a couple behind him. Then Hedge the Risk, Fateful Lightning, both of whom are well spotted, and Laird of Magnolia at the back. 23 flat, Suspiciously Named, is extremely aggressive and ambitious. Opens up 7. Captcha is in 2nd, and then it's Battle Drum on the outside 3rd. They're followed by Majestic Michael and Mikhail, who are side by side into the far turn. Hedge the Risk has about 15 lengths to make up in between horses. Laird of Magnolia, Fateful Lightning, and in front of that group, starting to roll, is Got Stripes. Past the quarter pole, 1:10.4. How much longer can Suspiciously Named go? 3-length lead. Battle Drum is closing with each and every stride from the back of the field. Hedge the Risk and Got Stripes. It's going to be a wild finish. Hedge the Risk is coming through on the inside, finds room under Dylan Davis, and Hedge the Risk. This was a great ride to victory. Scores by 3.5, maybe 4. How about Suspiciously Named, who was able to hold 2nd? Then it's a photo between Battle Drum and Fateful Lightning.
Hedge the Risk, up the hedge for that man right there, the now leading trainer of the meet with his 11th victory, Chad Brown. This one breaks the maiden career start number 5.
Came with that last run, got to save the ground, knife his way between horses down to the inside. And Dylan Davis contributed a really nice ride here. This is the best ride I've seen Dylan give this entire meeting so far. He's been having a tendency lately to want to look to the outside, go to the right when the race is going forward. This one, he saved ground, took the edges, and got it done. This was a really good ride.
I always listen to Richie talk about how important it is to save ground on the turf, and that's what he did here. And The 4 actually ran all right, really hung in there until about the 16th pole, but really set it up for the closers. Cherie DeVos' horse ran well as also, but once Dylan got room, he was through.
Yeah, came around one horse, was on the inside, came around, captured the 3, ducked right back to the rail, slipped up the inside. That's how you win turf races. You're the one who's got to be disciplined, stay inside. Don't be looking to go sideways when the race is going forward.
Great call, though, Corbin. Your 33-1 shot looked for a minute like he's going to shock everybody in this spot. Holds on for second at that big number.
Yeah, he Romero Mirage had a plan. You could see he was aggressive on him out of the gate. He was coming out of sprint races with the blinkers on and went to the front and pretty game in the stretch. I thought he was probably going to get swallowed up at the 8th hole, and he hung in there to run second.
He's trying to pull off a voodoo song.
I am shocked that he hung on for second. It looked like he was going to get swallowed by half the field inside the 8th hole. I wonder if maybe they had just decided not to put those blinkers on. He would have settled just a touch more if maybe he would have saw it out. But a really good call. Didn't win, but did everything but win.
Yeah. Racing fitness matters, and that horse had 2 sprints before they stretched him out, and racing can go a long way in how fit a horse is. And the last 2 winners had that 1 star on their belt for the year, and came and won today. So it really goes a long way having that race under their belt.
2 today for Dylan Davis. He was a story last time. I know Flavien Prat made history. He was obviously the story, but kind of a face that we did not expect that had a sensational career-changing meet was this man right here.
Yeah, last year. And I honestly, the start of this meet, I just don't think he was riding in good form. Kind of falling back into some old bad habits. This was a sign to me that maybe he's finding his form, because this was a tremendous ride.
Back to the Dylan Davis we were used to seeing all summer long. Last year here at Saratoga and all the way up into getting here again. It was a meet that totally changed the trajectory of his career. Now getting huge opportunities like riding for this barn, Chad Brown.
You get to get your foot in the door with barns like this, and he's putting him on live horses. This horse was 5-2. It's not like he's just throwing him on the horses that when he can't get Irad or Flavien or Jose or somebody else, he's giving him real opportunities. One thing about this meet, you've got to work harder at this meet than any other meet. You and your agent got to be in the trenches together. You got to be pounding the pavement. You can't just sit back and expect them to come to you. You got to go get it.
What a day in this 3-year-old picture. Sovereignty sensational again. Onto the Travers. Obviously some big names out there and some new faces like a Magnitude for Steve Asmussen, who maybe is the most intriguing sort of newcomer, didn't get to compete in the Triple Crown.
Oh, there's some really nice horses out of the Magnitude, Iowa Derby winner, goal-oriented, and Gosker from the Haskell, and if journalism comes.
Cool. Waiting to hear, what that decision will be from the Preakness winner. Hope you enjoyed Jim Dandy Saturday on our Fox Sports coverage. We are back tomorrow beginning at 1 Eastern. It was Daisy Flyer, Jose Lezcano. What a ride for Rusty Arnold and Calumet Farm in the Grade 3 Lake George in a thriller for 3-year-old fillies on the lawn. And the king of this 3-year-old division does it again. Sovereignty. Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, the Dandy, and now on to the Travers.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.